PUBG Mobile version 2.7 will be available soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. The long-awaited Dragon Ball Super collaboration is officially here. We'll be bringing you 2 new game modes for this collaboration: Dragon Ball Super themed mode and Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in Erangel, Livik, and Sandhawk. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the location of Dragon Balls that haven't already been claimed by other players. It can help you collect the Dragon Balls more quickly. The Air Car can carry up to 3 players. It's easy to put away and has better performance than regular vehicles. Tenkaichi Budokai, Kame House, Korin Tower, Dragon Ball Village. These are some famous landmarks that will appear in the game. Call your friends and explore with them now. The collaboration this time even has a hidden challenge, named Dragon Ball Trial. Win consecutively in the themed mode for a chance to take on the challenge. After accepting the missions, the team has to follow the instructions and gather 7 Dragon Balls. During the process, your team's location will be exposed to other players. All players will be drawn into battle for the Dragon Balls. To win the game, the trial team must successfully secure the Dragon Balls, defend the altar, and then summon Shenron. Are you ready for the challenge? In this standalone mode, named Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super, players can roleplay as iconic Dragon Ball characters, use powerful, unique moves in a brand new anime-style map, and become the ultimate victor. There are 5 Dragon Ball characters in this mode. They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Ultimate Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza. Select your favorite fighter. Master their skills to suppress your enemies and achieve victory in intense battles. In the new version, the new Ace 32 firearm will be made available on all maps. It uses 7.62mm ammo and has 6 attachment slots. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. Furthermore, this update also includes a firearm attribute tag display. Newer players can go to their backpack to look at the tags of a firearm they've picked up to quickly grasp its characteristics. The new Cycle 5 Season 13 begins on July 18th. Be sure to stay tuned for the new season rewards. That's a wrap for the main new content of the upcoming version. For more information, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this new gameplay, you can do battle while playing as Dragon Ball characters. Let's get to know them and their skills. Son Goku's standard attack is a barrage of Kidan. Its damage output is reliable with an average rate of fire. It's crucial to find the right time to attack. In order to make this a bit easier, Son Goku's charged attack is a continuous Ki Blast, which can be charged up and fired to attack enemies. At the same time, Son Goku has a special movement skill, but this is great for mounting a surprise attack or to escape a dangerous situation. It can be stockpiled 3 times, allowing it to be used in quick succession. Get to know these moves and you'll be one step closer to victory. Similar to Goku, Vegeta's standard attack is also a barrage of Kidan. It has a faster rate of fire, but the Kidan travel a bit slower. It takes a bit of prediction to accurately hit enemies. However, Vegeta's charged attack fires a bunch of Kidan, which deals small area damage to the target. Vegeta charges up with energy when he hits enemies. Once fully charged, Vegeta can release all the stored energy at once to deal massive damage to an enemy. If you wish to fight at close range, then you have to try Ultimate Gohan. Ultimate Gohan's standard attack is a rapid flurry of Kidan that can deal a ton of damage while up close in a short period of time. When you're surrounded, Ultimate Gohan can use his charged attack, which is a powerful single Kidan. It needs to be charged up first, but it will deal a lot of damage to anyone caught in the crosshairs. It can decisively end a battle during pivotal moments. At the same time, Ultimate Gohan also has a special skill that generates a protective barrier around himself. The barrier can block 500 damage and protects from all incoming projectiles while in effect. When the barrier takes enough damage or the time runs out, it will dissipate on its own. Piccolo's standard attack deals high sustained damage. Its damage even increases the more it hits in a row, which will really test your aim. Furthermore, Piccolo's charged attack can snipe enemies from a distance. He can zoom in for this powerful single-shot attack, leaving enemies with no place to hide. Even if you miss, it's no big deal. Piccolo's special skill is a powerful dash that can be used to close in on enemies, even those in the air. Another close-range fighter that's worth trying out is Frieza. His standard attack is an elongated Kidan that's easy to hit enemies with. Use his charged attack to throw a huge spherical Kidan. Positioning and timing are key. Frieza also has a special skill for controlling the battleground. Select a location and he will leap into the air. Then after a brief pause, smash at the location. It damages anyone that's hit and sends them flying. So that's a quick rundown on all the characters' moves. Come join the intense battle with Dragon Ball characters.
It's a centralized circle, a standard circle covering the most amount of land. Teams, they don't really
have to move quite a lot. They won't need to move out of their comfort spot unless...
Get ready, South Asia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to PMPL SA 2023. My name is Fritz and today with me is going to be Ahana back again for the Super Weekend. So really excited to see that Livik map for the second time overall. We already know that'll be in the last, so nothing has been spoiled as of now. But the other maps, the performance of other teams like 4MV, Stalwart Esports, I'd even say Roy Esports now, that's another team that is in the contention. SKYLIGHTZ, DEADEYES guys, we were talking about them a little bit previously too, but this time around, Roy Esports is a new phase that has come up overall.
Yep, Roy Esports has definitely become one of the most prominent and most consistent teams so far in our tournament, and I'm pretty optimal about their performance going forward. Hopefully they'll show us some new colors and even become a part of the, top 2 in the overall leaderboard. Probably bringing down Stalwart, so that my prediction doesn't have a problem.
Okay. Well, we'll have to look at that if Roy Esports is able to do that or not. Because for now, Stalwart, I mean, I predicted them for the entire week. They're safe. The teams are 20-25 points behind, so I'm safe for now. But if we talk about the way this game goes, so the bonus game that we're talking about will also yield you some bonus points. So all the top 12 teams that will be playing the bonus game will have one extra chance to maybe get another extra point on the board. If they're able to topple off a team in front of them, that will be their extra bonus point. And after that bonus game ends, every team will be awarded bonus points in this fashion. All the 20 teams will be given bonus points in this particular way, where if you're on top in terms of the weekly ranking, you'll be getting 20 points from that game. And bear in mind, these bonus points will be carry forward to the grand final. So these are the only points that you will get through. This is why you need to be very, very consistent throughout the entire tournament, throughout all of these weeks, and let's see which team is that going to be.
Exactly. And when we talk about the point structure on how the points are going to be delivered inside game, it's going to be depending on your rank placement inside the game and then on the eliminations. The eliminations will carry 1 point each. For first place, you'll get 10 points as mentioned on the chart, and then 6 for the second in the descending order until 7th, and 1 more for 8th, and 0 for nothing after that. But yeah, overall rankings of the teams currently looks pretty one-sided. I mean, we've been seeing these two teams at top for a really long time, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming finally has a challenger.
I mean, yeah, Roy Esports, if you look at them, even they, like 25 points. Now, 15 frag chicken dinner is something that is very easily achievable. If they get 25 points, they will topple over 4MV. If they get 26 or 27 points, maybe in terms of with good elimination, that will also help them to get on the first chart. So Roy Esports as a team, I mean, I went through all the predictions that our entire talent squad made. I saw the predictions from Nepali squad, the talent prediction from Mongolians, from the Bengali casters. Nobody had Roy Esports in their name.
Yeah.
And this is a team that really, surprised us a lot. So would love to see what they have to bring on the table today. But the other teams, man, King of Spades, Venom D, DEADEYES guys, all these teams. DEADEYES guys, I don't know how they slipped up to that 13th spot. Earlier, when in the first 2 days, I think they were in the top 5. And suddenly, after some bad performances, we can see them so down in terms of the overall ranking. So this is something I'm really concerned for this particular team. But again, the bonus ranking, this is something. These are the points that will be continued forward in the grand finals. So 4MV top the week previously, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming followed them. Then came in Mabetex Esports, and at 4th we had Stalwart Esports as well. Seal with 16 points. So this is basically just week 1 bonus points. After this, we'll have the week 2 bonus points as well, and then the next particular week 3, and after that the league bonus points overall, and the total points will be as it is copied to the grand final chart.
Exactly. Today we will be seeing changes come around in the bonus rankings and the bonus points, and that will all be making things slightly more interesting once we start seeing, singular domination coming in. In bonus points, we do know that the first week generally just gives you one single, alignment, and that's not to be messed with going forward. But now that the second week bonus is going to be played soon enough, we are going to be seeing a lot of changes come into action, and that's something I'm pretty excited for. Because the end of today will not only add points to the players on the bonus list, but it will also topple a lot of players around, because the difference between two teams is one single point. Like, you go descending from top to bottom, any little mistake, any little change in the weekly standings and the bonus match could literally topple things around. This is a very volatile leaderboard, and this is gonna be super interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's true. It'll be very, very interesting to watch how this game finally ends, how this game essentially goes. But yeah, I mean, day number 5 of week number 2, right? So day number 10 overall of the entire games. We've already seen a lot of action through the entire PMPL South Asia stage now. But here are some more statistics before the game starts. So we have the players of team Stalwart Esports. Now we do see tops with 59 elimination. But it's not like it's only tops who's performing, right? We have IC with 49, decent. Action with 47, it's very good. And there's it with 40 points as well. This team of Stalwart Esports, especially in week number 2, they've just risen up together.
They have quite a good performance that has come in from the team, and I am somewhere expecting this team to actually go ahead and make sure that they take the first spot. To be very honest, even though I predicted 4MV, somewhere I want to see that change, because again 4MV did have a very dominating run in the first week, and in the second week I haven't seen similar performance from the team until yesterday. So yeah, even though I am one of those people who literally starts studying on the last day of the exam, I don't like that kind of work to be rewarded. I don't want a team to just show up at the end moment and take everything by surprise and take the victory for themselves. I want to see consistent performance coming in from these teams, because you cannot really depend on one single day of miracles to take you through. And if you become used to of that habit, it gets a lot in your work life. It doesn't mind. You know it very well, Fritz. We work together.
I mean, for sure, leaving things to the last is a little bit tricky.
Exactly.
It's a little bit tricky. You need to be very careful about this, and some teams have already done that. So now getting into top 12 should be the priority for them. Will be a little bit difficult. So the main fight, I think, will be between the teams of 12 to 15th rank to get in that top 12 spot, because any team below that has essentially lost that chance to make it to the bonus game, because it'll be a big run. That's what I want. That's what I'd say. And if you're not able to do it in 4 days, what difference does it make on day number 5?
Exactly.
I mean, you can entirely say that the first map gives you enough momentum to just scale up and get enough number of points. That could be a thing for some of the teams, that they like to ride the momentum, and for the past 4 days they haven't been getting that particular momentum. But we'll still have to wait and watch. That's what I want to see. We'll have to wait. We'll have to see how do all the teams just play this one out. On the other hand, if you look at the schedule, now Miramar is where we'll start. We'll have the game of Erangel following it. The second map of Miramar, arena game, Sanhok, Erangel, followed by the top 12 Livik. Now top 12 Livik is what I'm eyeing forward to.
Well, absolutely. That's going to be the one match that literally encompasses every single other map's vibe in it, first of all. And second of all, it's played between the top 12 contenders that actually make it through to the bonus match. It's also very fast paced. There's a lot of action happening in there. And it carries the bonus points that actually get added to your overall and then give you the initial points for the coming matches, for the grand finals, actually. But yeah, I mean, Livik is definitely going to be exciting, but I am more excited about the rest of the matches. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Even though Livik is the one that holds all the glory for the day, it's the most, most valued map kind of thingy for the day. I would like to see the rest of them more, because that's where the fight for Livik will happen. That's where the intensity is gonna keep on increasing, and because people keep on getting 4 chances every single day, it's gonna be 4 different times teams targeting 4 different teams, trying to go ahead and make sure that their strategy works out. So I feel like it's gonna be super amazing to go ahead and see those rivalries come into play. I'm definitely hoping to see some of those pop up. I want to see King of Spades fight with T2K. Those who have been having a riot among themselves. I want to see, obviously, Stalwart and 4MB fight it off. There's a lot of teams that have now, created a 2-team pact in themselves, and they try to play it in a very different way against each other. And that's going to be super fun. Super fun.
All right. I mean, see, this could have happened in week number 1 too, considering if you wanted to play the bonus game. It did not. I mean, the 4 games all these teams play, they were like, we'll just play our default game. We do not really care about the bonus game. And they just played it very, very usual, no drop clashes early on. We saw fights. I mean, week number 2 and week number 1, if you compare about the early fights, I'd say week number 2 was way better. Early fights were there at least in week number 2 as compared to week number 1. So that was one thing which was good. But then in week number 1, in the final day, I expected some sort of things to happen, like the 15th team dropping on the 12th team, trying to eliminate them as soon as possible so that you're able to get some points, eliminate that team and maybe get yourself up to pace. These things could have been attempted in week number 1 too, but hey, it did not work.
I think it had a lot to do with the single-handed domination that 4MB was showing, because think about this. Let's say you're running a race and someone is literally 3 steps away from the finish line. How do you find the motivation to go 1 mile and compete with the person who literally has 3 steps to walk?
But could have done with the 12th team, na?
Sure. That's definitely
so that did not happen. So
I get it.
That realistically shows that these teams so this hasn't been the case for a very long period of time. I mean, in the competitive scenario, this usually does not happen. Teams trying to target, except for ones that I remember, that was long ago when we played the China region. I still remember Fnatic doing it to Damwon Gaming, I think, just taking away the trophy, and they were able to win. They let the 4 AM players win the entire tournament. So they were like just 1 or 2 point shots, and that was because the drop clashed for that. It's a completely different story. Yeah, okay, our producer corrected it. It was DKG who Fnatic went in and third party then literally took the championship away from their hand. It was the final game of I think Miramar was the map on which this happened. So it was a really, really fun tournament to see. But that was the only scenario or the case that I remember. Except for that, haven't seen any sort of targeting or intentionally dropping in and trying to take that is just not the way this game goes. I think that's what the teams feel.
I get that. I get that. But like, yeah, I mean, you considering that people are not even trying to fight for the 12th position, and that's something that we saw in the first week coming in. I think it's not going to be the same scenario for the second week for multiple reasons. One being that now the players have a little more knowledge of each other, considering they've played together for a while now, and also the fact that we're going to be, seeing these teams actually try to get into top 12 now more than first week because of the number of varied teams that we've seen come up on top this particular week. So yeah, I mean, that seems to be the reason that I'm expecting more drop clashes. But let's see what the map brings for us, because as of now, if you talk about the plane path, it's so traumatic. It's so traumatic.
Well, I mean, it's a really difficult playing path for NBeSports. Yeah, they usually like to go El Pozo. Do we have Leo? Okay, Leo is there as well. So both these teams love to go towards El Pozo. Now they'll have to shift towards a different spot. Let's see what that spot looks like. But on the other hand, if we talk about the other teams who benefited from it, 4MV, no problem. Chubasera, super easy drop. Puerto Pariso, Impala, all these cities will be very easy to drop in. DEADEYES CMF also go towards Valademar. So that is also another spot that will easily be droppable. And all of these teams, slowly and steadily, just taking their time, dropping in their respective drop locations. And let's see how do they continue from there on.
Well, let's see. It is gonna be a really, really long run for a lot of teams. Like, we know a couple of teams that like to go towards El Pozo, towards Ruins. We know Mabetex Esports enjoys Campo Militar region a lot. These teams are gonna have to struggle quite a bit to go to their drop locations. Most probably, they'll be choosing their, alternative drops for now, because that seems the wiser choice, to be very honest. But yeah, looking at the circle does support Campo Militar a lot.
Ooh.
And to be very honest, King of Spades would be so happy they're not part of this one.
Okay. Hey, yeah, that's
This,
correct. It yesterday as well, a similar thing happened, right? With King of Space, they dropped in a very difficult spot. So for sure, they will be happy not taking this early fight. But early fight ASL, I somehow see ASL every time in these sort of early fights. And
always
usually
losing.
when exactly, not even getting one of the players offline from the
Yeah.
other team. So they don't even spoil the game for the other team. This is a good thing for in
For the
terms of, I'd say,
opponents.
sportsmanship. No, but in terms of sportsmanship, this is a good thing. You're not eliminating the player entirely, but then you're not even collecting on 1 point that you could have probably secured from that game. So yeah, I mean, he gets one knock onto the player of NBeSports, but that's about it. And suddenly, Sleepy and Chari are the only two remaining players from ASL.
Well, ASL has been having a really hard time, and now Sleepy needs to really wake up, because with two players going ahead, it's gonna be super difficult. And I don't say it with anything, any biasness in my mind, but ASL really is not doing at all. I mean, their performance and overall, tournament has been nil. I don't see them giving up any kind of input to the game overall, and I want that to change. I want this team to participate in fights. I want this team to go ahead and take risks, because, well, playing safe isn't working out, is it? Like, try
Not
something
at all.
new.
Yeah, that's true. You should look for that early drop fight. I mean, it has been a very long case in which ASL, sort of have dropped in multiple different locations. I still remember that map of Sanhok where again they had what 2-3 players in 2-3 different locations. Most of them got picked off one by one. You're not even getting the team fights. So that is something I do not like for ASL. But hey, let's see how do they deal with this. For now, though, NBeSports have to deal with the players of 4MV. And it seems like it's only Apex all around here, and I do not see the other players of 4MV nearby.
Yeah, and that's not gonna look good. It's not looking good for 4MB. Even though they've started off the fight in a much better position, the team had all the players. In front of them, there were NBeSports who already had a player knocked down. They could not do anything because the team wasn't together. Unity is strength, guys. Unity is strength. Now the players are trying to come in, trying to rescue Apex, but I don't think that's gonna happen. It's too far a fight to go ahead and do that. And yeah, with that, Apex will get picked off. The Miracle Boy, who's literally invisible to bullets and just tanks everything, is going to be taken down.
Not a good start. I mean, this is
Not
not
at
a
all,
start that
yeah.
4MV was looking for. So Yeah, let's see. I mean, how do they just come back from it? We've already seen 4MV getting chicken with only 3 players, so cannot say that they're entirely out of the game. But hey, it'll be fun to see if 4MV can do something about it.
We'll figure out. It seems like 4MB already gave me a leeway to go ahead and rectify everything that happened kind of yesterday. Like I was super supportive to 4MB yesterday, and they just gave up one player earlier in the game so that I don't predict them again. And I think that's just gonna fix a lot of thoughts that's going on around. But yeah, I mean, now they definitely don't seem to be the one that can take away Miramar, because on Erangel I can still count this team as one that can go ahead and make sure that they're still performing well with 3 players itself. But in Miramar I don't expect that from any team at all, to be very honest, because in Miramar I feel like having all four is really really necessary, unless you have like a huge advantage in the circle itself, like you have the only compound in the circle and that compound has multiple rooms you cannot be naded through. If it's not something like that, then I definitely want all 4 players online. Otherwise, I cannot pick that team. So yeah, it just seems like 4MB definitely gonna have a really hard time going forward. But yeah, talking about the circle itself, as of now, just now we were discussing the positions, right, Fritz? And look at where IHC is.
Center. I
Yup,
mean near center. El Azhar. So it's a really good spot for IHC, I'd say.
exactly.
The only problem I mean IHC is facing is the team fights, and once again I do see Demo all alone. So in this big of a circle, it wouldn't be a problem for now. But then essentially, when the circle constricts and if it goes towards the city of El Azhar, ISC should probably pick one single compound, have all their 4 players around it, if not inside it, because you'll fear some nades coming your way, right? Have your players around it. So you can always provide that backup. You can always be in cover of each other. But let's see, ISC, how do they deal with that? Because I already see, I think, Demo probably scouting around, just maybe gathering information on which team is where and feed his team over the particular information he gets. So he will be just rotating around. SKYLIGHTZ on the other hand also have a very safe spot. I'd say the safest spot in the entire zone is for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They have to fear about literally no one, because no one will rotate in from the northern part of the map. They only have to care about the fights in front of them. So getting third party for SKYLIGHTZ right now, next to impossible.
Absolutely. It seems like that's gonna be a very cherishing, point on the map for the team. And I mean, I've said this before. I'm gonna say it again because even today it seems to be the same exact situation. Like I really root for a team in the center of the circle, and I feel like IHC has that. But I cannot seem to shake off the fact that IHC literally most of the times has ended up wasting that advantage. They haven't been able to capitalize on it, haven't been able to close the game well. So it just seems hard for me to believe that they're going to be able to seize this victory, and it puts my weight more towards the side of Deadeye's guys, because these players, even though haven't had as many chickens, haven't had as many great games, when they do show up, they show up good. And I feel like even a slight bit of push from the luck factor puts them in a very good situation when it comes to the actual skill factor.
Hmm. Okay. Well, IHC right now, I think they want to take this battle against the players of Team Deadeye's guys.
Yep.
Probably they know that there's a player who's trying to flank or maybe get some more information on them. And Precious Sir, good protocol there by Deadeye's guys. As soon as Precious Sir's location is revealed, he just uses the vehicle to fall back. Although he could have been shot, he is shot down. I thought he could have been shot down, but Godless somehow finds a perfect knock. And yes, he's in a revivable spot, but this will give IHC the confidence to march in. And I already see a lot of vehicles just banging the wall against Team Deadeye's guys. Now the player also, Shifu also spotted down. Zol gets a good knock out of him. And Deadeye's guys, Slayer and CSI, the only 2 players surviving.
Well, IHC definitely has changed my mind. It did not go the way I thought it would, and with that DBS in the hands of Alex, it might actually change the fate for Slayer Sir as well. However, currently Seol will be the one dealing with him, and Alex will be finding the last surviving player of Deadeye's guys. Trix also gets taken down, and that's the elimination. Oh my goodness, even after being one team surviving with all fours, while we had teams with only twos, Deadies becomes the first one to get taken out. That shows how jinxy I am.
I mean, DEADEYES guys, yeah, they are the ones who will be the first ones to be eliminated. So not the start they were looking for. But I see that's a good start. I mean,
Yes.
for a team who's on the bottom charts, taking that early battle, taking that early fight, and making sure you win it out was a very necessary thing to do, and they are able to execute it properly.
Exactly, and that too with no man loss at all, Fritz. That's huge. I mean, if it was any other team, if it was, let's say, Stalwart Esports or Raw Esports or someone like HVDC SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I would be not surprised. But IHC winning it out without losing a single player, that's a huge contribution for themselves into the leaderboard. Not only have they acquired finish points, they have acquired themselves a better stage in the particular game. And it seems like going forward, they're going to have that confidence boosted regards to this particular fight. Hopefully, hopefully they'll come across a couple more battles and do good in those as well. But right now, the battle at hand is gonna be the one coming in from the side of Stronger Fake Love.
STFL, well, we'll have to see how do they take that early fight. Meanwhile, for MV, they have been able to confirm one of the frags onto the players of team PITX CMF.
Yep.
Now that's also a really good frag to fight. ASL though, Chari, Sleepy, the only two players they, according to the numbers that they have, it's a fair fight. It's a 2v2 with the players of team JMEX. But the problem is, I don't think so. ASL has much information that there's a team in front of them.
Well, ASL this time will have to see how they convert this forward because Leo, we know, is one of the teams that goes ahead with wit and some of their genius. Like, they do not invest into a fight unless they are sure of how they are gonna strategize around it. So that's something that ASL has to be careful of, and JMEX being in close proximity does not help the cause for ASL at all. But in the meanwhile, the fight between Stronger Fake Love and BITX definitely giving a great a third party opportunity to 4MB, which somehow they seem to have withdrawn from. Like, it could have been a great opportunity for the team to collect elimination points because with threes, as mentioned earlier, it doesn't seem like they're going to have a great game going forward. But yeah, as of now, it seems like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and HVDC are great contenders for trying to move into the best spot inside the circle and converting their fights in the best exact situation.
Junkyard is the area where JMEX is right now. Meanwhile, HVDC, okay, 4MV is taking shots from multiple different directions. NBeSports' Akash also gets a knock onto a player of Raw Esports. And another team that we were so highly talking about losing a player this early on. This is looking difficult for all the teams we've took names, except for Stalwart, for which for once I'm happy about. Let's just hope
Yeah.
Stalwart is able to get all the 4 players back up and running. But yeah, nobody just popping in the painkillers, popping in the boosters that he needs. On the other hand, I still see ASL's guy just try to scope out any of the Leo players that could come his way.
Well, let's see how this goes forward because as of now, the teams are sustaining. They have been able to survive through, and that's all that they need to do. It is a survival game. Having numbers definitely helps though. But yeah, Leo and HVDC in their own fight giving a lot of leeway here for HVDC itself because Leo, even after being at the right side of the positioning, they're losing players. The gun game is not coming in as strong. I feel like whenever it comes to long range fights, Leo is missing out slightly on being able to connect the shots properly, and that is putting them in a very tough situation. And now that both the teams that I was saying could be great contenders for this specific situation have tried to go on for a single target, making it Leo. Oh goodness, this is gonna be difficult for Yetauta.
Even HEDC Sanchi, that's the worst possible vehicle in this map. After motorcycle with a sidecar, but then comes in minibus. Minibus is the very worst. It's such a big area to shoot on. It's such a slow vehicle. I don't know why teams even still try to use it out. We all still see those long range knocks coming in, the mini 14s, the DMRs just chirping out the players over here. Some knocks being thrown in. The confirmations are yet to come, so that's one thing I'm looking forward to. Leo, meanwhile, gets shot upon by the player of IHC. And Yeta Uta is not in a position to get a revival.
Well, Yetauta in this position is definitely not gonna be having a great situation on his hands, but there is cover, and the cover does nothing. What's going on? Godless was able to just ride on in, take the frag, confirm it, and walk out. Liquid had no action coming in from his side whatsoever. And look at this late rotation strat of 4MV just shutting them down one after the other. 15th position with only one elimination. The team had just started taking up momentum. I don't know what's going on with this team right now.
A little bit of a difficult situation. Meanwhile, HBDC, we should find some easy frags over here. ASL, very less number of players remaining, but at least they've been able to take down Rogue. And once again, Sleepy is going in for a very big clutch, which he won't be able to get considering the HP he has. He could have easily taken down the last remaining player, but Sunshade comes in, pulls off a cheeky little 1v2, and is also able to bring Rogue back into the game. So HVDC, 3 frags to their name, good start. They could even find 2 more in the form of JMEX, but let's see how much time does it take for them to figure out that they are not the only ones just present in this particular compound.
Well, Junkyard is definitely gonna be filled with dead bodies, and here soon gonna be second graveyard, because look at that, HVDC just not shying away from any fights at all. They just got out of one, they're already prepared for the next, and after this they're soon gonna be able to figure out the players of JMEX as well. And I feel like all 3 fights are gonna be going super productively for these teams, as long as they don't end up trading their own players, because you lose a player, you're done for. You're in snooze zone after that, and you cannot be expecting to get the chicken dinner. But HVDC, again, one of the teams that really needs that chicken dinner to actually sustain a great position on that leaderboard, where they're already challenging some of the best teams. But yeah, let's see what happens to them going forward, because as of now, the other contenders, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, are taking a lot of damage.
Ooh, let's see. STI fell though this time around with the players of team DRS CMF. So that's again another fight that I'd like to see right now. But here comes the insane prediction time over here. Who do you think, Anna, is going to get this game properly for themselves?
I am gonna vote in for HVDC, even though I do think it's a very risky name to pick. But producers, sir, I have 5 right predictions.
4,
Change
Rahana.
the number.
You got
No,
3
I got
correct
3
yesterday.
right yesterday. Yeah.
And you were trailing 2-1.
I
Remember?
had 2 correct before that as well.
No, you were trailing 2-1.
Okay.
He's correct. He's correct. You
You
want
were
extra
close to
prediction,
getting, No, you were close to getting 3, but you did not, because Stalwart lost in the end in a game
but
that they were
that
supposed
was
to
after
win
the
against
4MV
Mabetex,
game.
But yeah. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
We'll figure out. We'll see the past streams and find out.
Cool, no problem. But yeah, what was the HVDC you predicted, huh?
Yes.
Oh, all right, interesting prediction over here. Let me see. I'll go with the players of NBeSports this time around. They really have a good spot. If the
That's
zone favors them, all 4 players surviving, no much fights to take around them. Yeah, should be a easy game for NBeSports.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Let's see. As of now, it seems like Stalwart Esports is definitely going to be in the crosshairs, and that makes Stronger FAKELOVE become the better part of this fight. It seems like NBeSports is not going to be able to breathe for longer, and that really puts a question mark on whether or not Stalwart Esports will be able to maintain their throne going forward, because a bad game definitely gets in the way. However, 4MV is not doing it either, so neither of our predictions are working out in the weekly sector just yet. But let's see.
Yeah, Stalwart Esports. These players are being taken down one by one, so that's something that they'll have to take care about. Tops also goes down. The trade is there. Their Z will just be completely taken down. Action goes down to T2K's rig. So a lot of third parties happening for the players of team Stalwart Esports, and it seems like they'll be taking an early exit from this game now.
Let's figure. With that early exit, they're definitely gonna be disappointing quite a lot of people who have their hopes high. But wait a second. Excuse me. HVDC, what's up? What you guys doing? This is not working out. Anyways, as of now, it seems like HVDC themselves are not going to be completely out of the woods just yet. And in the meanwhile, getting a pick onto JMEX, trying to balance the, defeats and eliminations figure for themselves, just trying to make sure that they have lesser loss overall. But they still have a couple of teams to be aware of. IHC, NBeSports, T2K are all going to be surviving on force. And once these teams start losing a couple of players, that's when Mabetex, Roy Esports, HVDC, and BITX can start getting in more comfortable zone. Because as of now, the numbers disadvantage is definitely going to be, bothering them at some point or the other going forward.
IAWO though, Domain Viper, the two players over here. Let's see how far can they get themselves inside this game. IHC though, they also eliminated SKYLIGHTZ, I believe. And one another player from somewhere on the map. What a start, man. 9 frags already to your name. 2 more are coming your way, considering HVDC's 2 players are isolated from the rest of the team. Okay, no, it's 3 maybe more coming your way because I also see Aero there. But yeah, HVDC is not looking in a good spot. So IHC really has been able to get a very cool start over here, and would love to see where do they end overall, because 9 points is not a bad thing at all till now. Plus all the 4 players still surviving, all of them inside the zone. HVDC being third partied by the players of IAWO, but Aero is the one who falls to his demise. The frag instead will be taken down by the player of IAWO. Meanwhile, Ryuk spotted down, sprayed upon 1 HP left. Viper won't be able to connect that shot. And still, one of the players of HVDC. Okay, never mind. I thought he'll still survive, but the nades and the frags just flowing the way of IAWO.
Well, HVDC having quite a lot of hard time going forward from here. Single player surviving, and that too not for long enough. With that smoke, definitely has all eyes set on himself, and the nades coming in from the side of IAWO will definitely be enough to shut Ryuk down. But yeah, in the meanwhile, we are seeing IAWO capitalizing on the numbers of eliminations. However, they do not have many to their own selves either. They have lost a couple of players already. They have lost Octopus, who had been able to squeeze the most of the next on the other side. But yeah, with these couple of players still surviving, I think it's going to be still a hard run. But then this team has shown a lot of caliber in being able to survive and take fights, whether the victory comes their way or not. So I'm still going to hope for them to actually, go ahead and acquire themselves at least 8 to 9 points in eliminations itself.
Oh, Viper though tossing a few nades and mollies, and Joel comes in with a third party. Ryuk spotted down. It does not go down. He barely survives with 1 HP and is able to take down Viper in the process. So IHC would be also thankful to this guy over here, because he just makes the work easy. Gets another frag confirmation for IHC. 12 frags to their name. Again inside the 6th zone. And they know that one of the players of HVDC is yet to make his way inside. This is looking like a dream comeback for the players of Team IHC.
It sure is. It sure is. This time, IHC is literally taking me by surprise, sweeping me off my feet, if I would say so. But yeah, their performance is pretty dominating as of now. Their position is pretty nice. They have great height advantage to themselves. The players are not very far away from each other. They are going to be able to take care of each other going forward. But wait a second. Oh no. The moment I start complimenting, it's sad. But it's still not very bad, because NBeSports and T2K are the only 2 teams with 4 players each. And once they start losing players, it's going to be an equal leveled playing ground for all of these, except for Bad Intentions, who have only 2 players on the board.
Okay, Bad Intention. Where are they though? That's what I want to see. Meanwhile, okay, here they are. Just raining down hell onto the players of Team T2K. It's supposed to. It seems like over here. And I think Jane and XMPL, one of the players have to be given up upon. There will be a revival onto Jane, but XMPL is deep inside enemy territory. But that frag, guess who confirmed it? It's IHC. They are the ones third partying into all of these fights and securing all of these frags for themselves.
Well, these frags are definitely going to add up to the numbers, putting it in a great enough position for the team. But NBeSports right now, looking like they're about to lose a player. They're about to, but they're in a great enough position to be able to go ahead and actually, revive any players that get knocked down. It will have to be a sure shot, confirmed kill for anybody from the side of Roy Esports to actually make sure that the numbers go down for the side of NBeSports, because the kind of area they're holding on to, they're constantly going to have cover that they can go behind and heal their fallen comrades at. So that's just a big benefit that NBeSports is running with. And in the meanwhile, T2K losing a player, making it still more optimal for NB and IHC to be the top contenders. And look at Mabetex and Raw. It's all the way to top 6 teams, and they still have no frags at all.
Yeah, no frags at all. Yeah, that's correct. Although, let's see NB how. I mean, sorry, Raw Esport. How do they? How many position points do they get? Because that is, I think, one of the things that they try to hold up with. Meanwhile, Mabetex, man, they just did not do that. They just ran over another player of IHC. I mean, IHC were looking in such a cool spot, in such a good spot, but all these third parties have forced them to be in a difficult spot now because only two of their players survive. NBeSports have the best possible zone for themselves over here. T2K Rig on the other hand, they've been able to take down RX Jax over here from DRS CMF. Dante gets in that trade, but does Rig get taken down? That's the question. Love. The frag gets confirmed by one of the players of Team PIT. Mabetex 0 on the other hand takes down another player of Team Raw. NBeSports Mondo confirms that frag onto Dante, and with that we have the elimination of BITX CMF.
Well, NBeSports now trying to pin down players of T2K as well. Rig has nowhere to go at all. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. This is not looking good for him. And in the meanwhile, NBeSports still joyously taking pleasure of the kind of position they have. They have the most map control as well. And with that, they are aware of more and more area. Most probably the team with the most intel as well. And in the meanwhile, finally, Mabetex getting a few frags for their own by taking Raw officials out of the game.
Raw Esports out and about, and now we'll have to see how the remaining teams perform. So it's basically 4 people standing for NB. IHC has 2, T2K has 1, and Mabetex has 1. And it's only NBeSports who have the zone. So that's a good thing. Although Mondo falls and that frag almost got confirmed. I think it will be confirmed, yes, by Zeol. So IHC are still firing on all cylinders and they are hoping to get as many frags as possible. They have been spotted down by the players of Team NB. A little too late because your highest fragger has been taken away out of the game.
Well, NBeSports, with the number of frags they currently have, are going to find it really hard to actually go ahead and acquire this victory without actually, taking a fight against IHC, who are currently looking like they are running on full power. Look at the nade coming in. First one did a little bit of damage. Second one could not because it was already a runaway that has been, initiated from the side of NBeSports. But now forcing NBeSports to leave this higher advantage, IHC is trying to acclaim the throne. They're trying to go ahead and acquire the hill. This looks risky, and I think all the benefit of this is going to go to T2K. Even though they might not be able to come up in the second or first position, they are going to be having good enough shot at actually, converting this fight, or at least diverting the players of NBeSports for as long as possible.
Yeah, they have been spotted down for sure. And Sekujin, he just threw the mini off and wants to play with the SMG instead. So now the Scar has to do the job onto Rig. IHC, they're just happy to survive. A few nades have been tossed their way, but none of them connect. So NBeSports, they'll have to fight this battle on 2 different fronts. And let's see, one of them has to be to take down Rig without getting a player knocked onto you. That has to be the priority. Rig, alright, Facebook just takes care of him. That's another frag. IHC now are just down to 2 members. Akash spotted down. The spray from the MG3 was good. Alex was able to throw in good amount of damage, but the knock is still not there. That's why the players will still survive. Now being bombarded, now being naded, barely survives. But the knock comes in from Sekujin. NB now know it's a 1v3. They can just charge and take the remaining frag onto the player of IHC. But they're taking it slow. They're making sure that they do not falter this game away from their hands. And now Sekujin pushing in. Zeol is the only one standing. Sekujin is all alone, so he has to be really careful about this battle. Could heal himself up again. But Zeol cooking another nade, throws it out and gets that nade onto Sekujin. The push has to come in from the remaining 2 players of NBeSports, but they're playing it safe. They also want to play it through utility. Zeol, the molly goes his way. The nade also being thrown, but the frag is yet not there. 2 more frags available for Fizzboy. Another one being thrown by Akash. Damage dealt. The follow-up should be good. HP very little. And Akash will essentially close it out. And NBeSports are the victors of this game.
Well, NBeSports does take the winner chicken dinner for themselves with a great enough opportunity for them, and well, you're slowly and steadily climbing up on the prediction board as well. So congratulations to you, congratulations to NBeSports, and with those 20 points, let's see them shine.
Alright guys, welcome back. After a short little break, me and Anna are back with another game. But first of all, we'll go with the statistics. We'll have the MVP, we'll have the top players, we'll have some unnecessary statistics is what I feel after that chart match summary that through the name of match summary. Don't understand the objective of that. How does healing done help you calculate what's happening in game? But well, it's all right, it's all fine. Let's see how the statistics look like. But yeah, waiting for the MVP. Has to be a player of IHC, man, because even though they were not able to get the chicken, they got second position and 15-16 frags. That's damn awesome for them.
Yep.
They will surely end on the first in the overall chart because I don't think so. NBeSports had a lot of frags, so they will be a little bit below as compared to the players of team IHC. Great job done by IHC. Now, considering this is a team on the bottom chart, this will probably help them propel them towards 16th spot, a little bit higher as well. Could be a possibility you are in the top 12 already, because the difference over there was somewhere about 20 points and not all teams were able to perform. So you could be somewhere around maybe the 13th spot or the 12th spot overall for IHC. But yeah, man, Zol, 9 eliminations. The way he played was just amazing to see.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think Zeol has been able to put IHC literally on the equivalent ground with the winning team, because I think NBeSports had 10 frags for themselves because they had 7 before they were investing into the fight with T2K and IHC. That should have put them to a total of 20 in all. And I think that's exactly what even IHC must have been able to acquire, considering they had 14 frags at the point. But yeah, both of these teams quite amazing, but the number of frags Zeol had on his own is huge. But then look at the follow-ups: Rig, Godless, Mondo, and Akaz, all 4 with only 4.
Oh, yeah, that's true. All 4 with only 4 frags to their name, but has to be IHC domination. That's what the match summary suggests to. Zeol with the highest elimination, Zeol with the highest damage, followed by Godless with the highest assist. It was 90 degree who got the most healing done for IntentionX CMF. But bro, there's no $1,000 for this particular this spot over here, so really does not matter overall. But now what matters is the match ranking. IHC with 23 points and 17 eliminations. That's a real big number.
I noticed only 14. My bad. Yeah, they've been able to climb up much higher than NBeSports. But yeah, the chicken still goes to NBeSports. So that's about that. Placement points going good.
On the other teams though, Stalwart, look at that, 2 points, 4 MV, 1 point. I mean, okay, yes, you're still able to have or maybe maintain that 1 point lead, but how does it matter? Because you still just will be 2 points away, maybe 3 points now away in the overall standings, and that's just a matter of a singular game. It's okay though, Stalwart Esports, they're still trying. JMEX, another blunderous game. Leo Esports STFL. I mean, from Leo I expected a little bit more. From DEADEYES guys I expected a little bit more. But the other teams I'm not surprised to see here. Plus 4 MB, yeah. So the other teams, not surprised to see them in that particular spot.
Well, there's definitely a lot of things that are going the way we thought they would, but then a lot that did not. So soon enough, we will be seeing a new team come up on charts, because again, we are seeing a lot of new teams actually go ahead and capture the flag for themselves every single time. And the map, it's a favorable map. It's Erangel, and I think Erangel itself provides a lot of opportunity for teams to go ahead and acquire that flag for themselves, because it's one of the maps that gets played so often.
Yes. I mean, Erangel is definitely going to be a good map. Plus, 4MV will have that opportunity to close that lead down, considering Stalwart is not playing this game. So that top 3 battle is still very much going on. Roy Esports is again going to be another team. I think they got top 5 this time around, but they were not able to get good number of frags. So that top 5 essentially was just them getting 4-5 points overall in the game. That was about it. And from a game where you got 2 of your players or maybe 1 of your players eliminated early on, it's not bad, but it's not the best possible result. So this map of Erangel will be very important for Raw if they are playing it out. But other than that, yeah, for the other teams, for sure, man. The other teams will have to just play their hearts out. ASL looks like the chances of you getting into the bonus game are next to none. You can still play the spoil sport though. You can still ruin the party for some other team. Maybe eliminate them early on. But yeah, the gunfight is looking really weak. Their drop is looking really weak. All 4 players in 4 different areas where they get contention. And then if you do not have the perfect gunfire to back yourself up, that's where you start losing players. And that has been happening for the entire 2 different weeks. Let's see if that pattern continues for ASL on this map of Erangel as well.
I mean, I have little hopes for anything going differently for ASL because I already said it, I guess, the day before yesterday or yesterday itself, that this team has one last shot to actually make me believe that they can actually change things around. They did not that day, and now I'm not going to believe until I actually see it happen. I'm not going to keep those hopes up because it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Yeah, they've messed up so many times that it becomes hard to believe that they can actually go through without messing up. So we'll see. But yeah, there are definitely a lot of teams that are showing up a lot of potential. I'm very impressed with the way IHC played today.
Okay.
And I'm looking forward to this team actually trying to make it into top 12 and being able to play today's Livik because it's going to be slightly hard, but I don't think it's going to be impossible. The momentum they have right now, I'm all for IHC today. All for IHC. Got to see this team win.
Okay, IHC it is. IHC it is. We'll have to see how does IHC perform overall though, because it will be an important game for them as well. 23 points. I'll calculate. I'll definitely calculate once I'm able to see the overall standings. Where do they stand? But their major focus right now is to get into the bonus game. That should be their major focus because once you get that extra game, you can really start to think about getting a better position in top 16 so that you essentially secure your qualification in the entire grand final. Yes, you will reach there with a little less number of points in terms of bonus points. But at least you'll have that opportunity to play the grand finals. So you can maybe show some good performance in the 15 games that you're able to just pull out the best possible performance or best possible thing for yourself. So let's see. I'm just really hopeful for IHC and how do they play in this map of Erangel. That is about to be seen.
Exactly. And I mean, IHC is not going to have that much trouble even when it comes to bonus points, to be very honest, Fritz, because considering that today goes to be a very good day for them, the way they've already played, the kind of numbers they are running with right now, they are going to be able to create a lot of difference because between the teams in the middle chart, if you go all the way from the team at 8th position till the team at 14th position, there's not a lot of difference. And being able to cover that is going to be super easy if IHC continues the momentum. And once they hit the 7th position, they are going to be able to actually surmount slightly. And if let's say their bonus goes well as well, let's be an optimist for a second for IHC. Their bonus goes with great points. They have the chicken. They have great points to themselves. They might even be able to topple all the way to the 6th position. Now, 6th position gives you a lot of points in bonus game. It gives you about 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15 points. So that's a lot.
Oh, well, that's definitely a lot. That's definitely a lot. So by some permutation and combination, they still can be in a comfortable spot. That's what the math was. Okay. But yeah, now we'll be jumping into this map of Erangel and let's see how does the domination does it continue. Do we see some other team, maybe Leo for once getting another chicken for themselves and putting a strong foot forward where IHC comes again. So IHC are also in the contention. Now all these are going to be teams that will be sort of underdogs to say the least because they haven't been performing. Expectations are low from them. So for them to, sort of come on the stage, shine overall, that is going to be their overall objective or the agenda for this map of Erangel. So let's just jump right into action. Let's just see which of these teams will be able to play it out properly.
Well, we'll soon see what goes on in this particular map. But yeah, I mean, reiterating onto your point about Leo Esports, Fritz, I feel like Leo Esports is not able to shine. They're able to win a couple of times,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't see the shine coming in just yet because it's mostly with very little number of frags. So I want to see a very dynamic performance from this team at some point of time. But well, this one is going to be sat out by them, so not a lot of problem. And look at how lucky 4MV every single time is. It's literally again a military base lane path. It always is.
Yeah, well, it always is for 4MV, and they will be dropping in. Now, STFL also doing no stalwart in this game. No rep is free to take, and that's what they do. They just drop into no rep now, get the free and very good loot. But would like to see how do they rotate, because usually I mean stalwart 4MV, they haven't been facing any sort of bridge camps too from either of these teams, so they have not even been tested overall. So that's one thing I'd like to see one of these teams at least try an attempt. Especially it could be easily done by the players of King of Spades, considering the drop that they're taking over here, because it'll be a very easy thing to do. Just come onto the military base, get the early draw, get the early loot, rotate towards military base bridge, camp the players of 4MB. And losing players, if you fight it out perfectly, is virtually impossible against a team trying to cross the bridge. So that could be one of the strategies that one of these teams attempt. But yeah, it's not the case. And early fights, I think we will have a couple of them, because I see JMEX being surrounded by two different teams, Seal and King of Spade.
Well, it definitely seems like it's gonna be slightly difficult for a couple of teams that are going all the way towards the west for them to make it back into the circle, because this circle does invite a lot of teams to actually, gatekeep towards the south of school region, because this is one of those circles where even though you have a lot of land area, some of it is still towards military base, and that one is not going to be capitalized by anyone else. Like, it's just going to be stronger fake love and 4MV, and soon enough one of the teams will be taken down. So that's going to be one thing that makes the land area, even though very richly available, very thinly used, and that shall increase the population towards the western edge of it. But in the meanwhile, the fight, how accurate was Naruto out of nowhere?
I mean, not he was not accurate. It was a blunderous mistake from the other team, IAWO. The call should have been made that Naruto is in this particular compound by Octopus, and then they should have been at least acknowledgement of that particular fact, because it seemed like Octopus did not relay the information, and the player coming in did not know where Naruto was. He stops the vehicle right in front of him. That's a big mistake from I8 now. Let's see if King of Spades is able to make the most out of this situation or not. They're also taking fight with the players of JMEX this time around. And I8 are just completely available now for this battle. Free fire around the corner, the reload. That's where he gets caught out, and Octopus will trade out Naruto in the end.
Well, it seems like finally IAWO gets their footing back into the ground, but it's still not enough numbers for losing a player for just one single frag. You do not leave all your players behind for that. But yeah, as of now, that's all that IWO is going to be having to survive with, while King of Spades has two to themselves, one from JMEX and one from IWO. They have lost one, but still are at a better position in comparison to IAWO. In the meanwhile, though, I definitely do want to check out what the positioning of the teams looks like, because this particular map, having half the southern circle onto itself, is going to be giving a lot of opportunity to anyone trying to rotate through military base.
That's correct. Although school is a region where Roy Sport is usually seen. Okay, yeah. So I remember them seeing it a couple of times. But what do they do after looting this entire region? Because school split is what they take. Apartments is where Malik is right now. So early good loot for him, no problem whatsoever. A couple of Uzis is what he had previously, but we'll find an M16. And once you're through the entire compound, I'd say you will find both the weapons you desire to play with in the game. So you'll find that M4, probably a shotgun, or maybe a UMP. That's the side weapon that you really like to have. So those two weapons could be easily found in the apartments. If entire apartments is just being looted by one of these players, well, that would be good for the player of Roy Sport. Meanwhile, DRS get the entire city of Milta, but still, I mean, DRS, the performance from them is also not very good. IAW, though, are starting to take fights on all fronts. STFL loses one of their players, and we'll have to get that reviver onto Beka.
Well, that revival is going to be essential for the side of
Oh, it does not happen.
STFL, but in the meanwhile, it's confirmed. It's confirmed that now STFL is going to have to survive with one less player. IAWO getting one for themselves as well, placing themselves in a better position, but there's healing that's required by one player that has to happen as quickly as possible, and Octopus should be back on his all eights. Well, it does seem like a position that IAW is taking in this game. They are in a very aggressive stance as of now, trying to pick up fights one after the other, but I don't think this is going to take them very far into this game.
Okay. STFL, they've lost Becca, yes, but this fight against DRS could still favor them because DRS really have weak gun power for them. Don't know why, but I still feel like that. And now the buggy has also been rendered useless. The shots were thrown in, the back tire of the buggy has been busted out, so Refas cannot use the buggy anymore. And when I say that the gunfire was very limited for DRS, this is what I meant. Killer got a good look at Refas, but still was not able to land those shots properly. And DRS, although finally they're able to take down Senior of the car, and STFL will lose another player, but it should have been 2 instead of 1.
Well, STFL right now still in the crosshairs of DRS, and after having lost one, they might be in a much difficult situation going forward. With only 2 players surviving, it doesn't look like a great start for STFL. DRS, on the other hand, would want to march on if they have had their eyes well enough onto the kill feed. They should be aware that the team only has 2 players and must be able to move in on it. However, scoping the area before that is going to be pretty essential, considering if you do get third party, it's a dangerous situation. In the meanwhile, though, taking a look at the circle, Fritz, it seems like IHC is all the way near hospitals, trying for a late rotation, still taking the damage of the blue, while Seal does the same thing near Quarry.
Venom on the other hand have been able to take down one of the players of Team Mabetex. So, Volley also gets completely eliminated. So, not a good start for Mabetex either. They have lost a player. Don't know where they're positioned at. If it's not inside the zone, then it's another added trouble. Although the first zone really does not hamper you much. But if you're STFL, it really does. Because then you lost Senior and Becca both.
Well, having lost multiple players definitely puts you in a very, very hard situation. Being on the back foot is definitely not something that the teams are looking for, specifically this early in the game. Like, we literally have all 16 teams online, and nobody other than STFL has lost more players. So it just seems like they're not in the best situation. This time around, though, the center of the circle still gets taken by NBeSports if you're having your keen eyesight upon your team. But 4MB is still not in a very bad situation either. Like, it seems like they're going to be able to manage this. And IHC, even though were the team that I wanted to keep my eyes peeled for, hasn't even delivered a single, shred of performance in this particular map just yet, making me doubt if this was a one-hit wonder.
All right. The zone, though, if we talk about that, it's a central shift. Around Milta, this is the very first time I'm seeing this zone. So yesterday we did see a zone which ended up shelter, and this could possibly be one of a similar zone, because I think if it goes all the way north, that will be a very simple zone or a similar zone to see. Meanwhile, IHC and HUDC are fighting it amongst themselves. The trades were there, but I think IHC won the particular battle or the duel that was happening, because I see Zeol confirming all the frags. Meanwhile, a 1v1 between Mondo and Rambo, where it is Mondo who comes out on top.
Well, Mondo does take down the Venom, and with that, Rambo gets taken out, and the Venom now survives with only 3 players on the team. That's, again, still better than the teams with only 2s, but still a risky situation, considering that right now with 16 teams, we have 54 players, which means only 10 players have been taken down in total. that puts the situation in very hard position, because look, all the way until Seal, which is like about 8 teams, have all their players online. That's gotta be hurtful.
That's definitely gonna be a little bit doubtful for the players over here. But now, if we look at the position that the other teams have, DRS they got one flag around Milta, and that was onto the player of STFL. NBeSports also have one flag to their name, so good start for both of these teams. But considering the next minute, I'd say all the teams still rotating should find themselves a good ground. Maybe some place where they're able to wait for the zone to close in. Krita, on the other hand, found Leo try to rotate maybe. And Mabetex, if they keep using players like this one by one, so the comeback from Mabetex that we were expecting, that happened in a very good fashion on the last day of the previous week. I think
Yeah.
today is not their day again.
It seems so. It seems so. They hardly shown one single time yesterday in the second map, to be very honest. But since then, their performance hasn't been just as good as we were wanting it to be. The momentum, the snowball roll that we were expecting from them did not come through. But this time around, it is looking like they're going to be struggling for a little more longer before they're able to find their footing into the ground. But NBeSports is still holding on to a great position, has a number on their board as frag points, hasn't lost a single player. I think things are rolling in their favor. While IHC still tries to make the way back in, and this time without any frags, without much health on themselves, without much rolling in their favor. Let's see how much they can convert, because this time the circle is going to be shifting towards north. That gives them an entry point, but not an assurity.
That's correct. I mean, a surety is something that you'll still have to wait and see. That's what we can say right now. On the other hand, Octopus, Surface, both these players just hoping to rotate and get inside the zone. They've got some frags to their name, but they're left with just 2 or 3 players surviving. It's not going to be an easy game. Now they say the north side shift, so the shelter zone once again is really possible. Now let's see if it forms or not. But I would love to see all these solo duos remaining. Just run down shelter, so you just at least make sure you're not third party.
Yeah, I mean, being in shelter is definitely going to provide them some shelter from the coming attacks, and they might be able to survive a little longer if they actually manage to do that and probably cohabit the area. But in the meanwhile, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is definitely finding themselves some fruit onto Mabetex Esports, and this team, as we were discussing, is having a hard time already and now gets taken down as well to a very minimal position. I feel like for this particular game, I wanna go with okay. This is confusing. Okay, let me say NBeSports this time.
Okay, NBeSports just stealing my
Center of the
prediction
zone.
from the previous game, huh? All right,
Not
all
really.
right. Center of the zone. Let me go with your team, 4MB.
Okay.
Let's try that. Now, if 4MB win, they get
Sure.
me to 4 predictions correct, and the number will be again the prediction number will be equalized. So let's have some fun over here with 4MB too. Don't even know if 4 of the players. Okay, they literally are on the screen right now. So all their 4 players are
Yeah.
still very much surviving. And yeah, let's see how does 4MB play the game forward from here.
Let's see, we'll soon find out. Right now, it seems like they're gonna be starting a riot against the players of DRS, and once that is done, JMEX player might be the next one in the crosshairs. Let's see once you pick them for their side if they are able to change things around, because the day did not start well for them, to be very honest.
Yeah, the zone is definitely going to be a thing to watch out for 4MB. I mean, these uphill climbs are never easy. You just expose yourself to so many different angles as soon as you start climbing out. So it'll be difficult rotation. NBA Sports, the only good thing for them is they're literally in the center of the zone. Plus, they have a shelter to their name, so any knocks could be tended to under the shelter. The problem is this network is entire. I myself was never able to map out the entire shelter, so it's like if you put me in one of these entries, I don't know from where I'm exiting this area. I just do not, because even shelter has 2 different floors in it. I just don't know how that works, but yeah, it is somehow really confusing for me. Meanwhile, DRS, they found just another frag onto the player of Team DE, Venom. And they should be crying in a corner, D Venom, because even though they had a good start, they got the very first frag. But after that, it's just that they've been losing a lot of players.
Well, D Venom definitely could not continue the kind of move that they were going on with, but now it seems like they might just suffer a little bit more, a little bit longer. However, in the meanwhile, King of Spades trying to be a third party to this battle between 4MB and DRS. East gets taken down completely, and now comes Baron in the crosshair as well. It seems like your prediction definitely is off to get fragged out because DRS and King of Spades both are literally marching onto them, trampling them under their feet.
Yeah, that seems to be the case right now. Even the nades are connecting now. Great. Doc is left with very little HP, so is Baron over here. Don't know if Baron even gets that revive or not. Okay, he is still not revived. Now, Delta has also been spotted down by Apex, and if he's somehow able to take care of Delta, then DRS will be forced to back off. And same other players of Team King of Space, because it's only Faisal who's left in this position. Baron gets the revival. Doc is cooking a nade. If he tosses it inside the shack, it's just GG for King of Spades. Let's see if that nade goes in though. It did, and Deathstorm goes down once again. Faisal survives with very little HP. So they are still out. He's trying to survive for a very long period of time, but the third party comes in from DE Venom, stealing all the frags, helping out 4MV, and giving them a little room to breathe.
Well, now that they have acquired room to breathe, they are still going to survive with 3 players on hand, making things difficult for NBeSports in the meanwhile, and also surviving with a good enough number. Like, you don't have all 4, it's not the best situation, but it's a good enough number. 3 is doable, 3 is workable with. So let's see if your team is going to be able to go forward with this. But in the meanwhile, okay. A great advantage coming in for the side of DRS, and disadvantage rolling in for Stronger FAKELOVE. They get eliminated as the 14th team of this map.
Another team just biting the dust over here. Roy Esports though, they're okay. So their south is clear. That's why this position is now great. And they are just making sure that their team in front of them is in a lot of trouble. That is going to be DEADEYES, guys. But let's see. Shifu sir, Slayer sir, Precious sir. All these sirs, if they're able to make sure that Roy Esports do not push in. One good nade connect, I think that's what Roy is looking for. IAWO on the other hand will come in and take down 4MV's Doc entirely out of the game. Another player being eliminated over here. But on the other hand, look at this. DRS somehow surprisingly are the ones on top with 3 frags to their name.
Well, DRS with all 4 players definitely looks slightly risky to go against, and definitely people would want some other teams to go ahead and take those fights before they have to invest in those themselves, so that there's a little bit more damage, there's a little bit more room for them to go ahead and capitalize on the numbers. NBeSports again still surviving with all 4s, not in the best position in the circle anymore because the circle has literally moved away from them and they still have to walk in. For now, it seems like Bad Intentions is very close to a great position inside the circle, but I really doubt if the coming circle is going to support the area as much. And I feel like being on the top of the hill near the area where the drop is, I feel that would be a great position as of now. But let's see. Let's see where the teams go and where they survive, because that's also a very open area, to be very honest. Oh, JMEX gets eliminated as well. So bye-bye to them.
Janmara Elementrix, not the best showing in this tournament though. So there were a lot of expectation from their fans, but till now they've not even shown us a good game. So that's one of the things that we'll have to take into consideration. Now NBeSports, Mondo, has already gotten 1 frag to his name. Meanwhile, Raw finally pushing out to DEADEYES, guys. They're like, yeah, now we just want to take this battle. A lot of nades will be thrown in, but if that DBS finds its right mark, I mean, getting the knocks should not be a problem at all. Raw, on the other hand, are fighting against IHC2. So they're taking 2 different fights with 2 different teams at the same time and supposedly are winning every one of them.
Well, Raw currently in a very good position for themselves. IHC gets taken down.
Wow,
Venom
from Raw.
gets taken down. It's completely amazing the way Raw is playing right now. Still need to get the revival onto Sky, but the rest of the team is gonna be evacuating the area just to make sure that no more nades come into play and Sky does not suffer more damage. In the meanwhile, though, NB Esports taking care of HVTC, taking one more contender off the charts.
Meanwhile, I8 Buffets also goes down to NBeSports. So yes, this is a fight that Raw should not take, but for some reason Malik just charged in with the vehicle. Will be punished for it though. Sekojen, he gets taken down because of a third party coming in. IAWO was the one who gets that knock, but the trades are essentially over there. Akash gets that knock onto Octopus, and with even on the other part of the match, HVDC have just been due to the game. DRS, a fight with team PITX CMF, rules down on the ground. Delta does not know there's a player up top. It all falls down to Gyante, who is now surviving all alone for DRS.
Well, as of now, it seems like Gyante is gonna be having a hard time trying to go forward. Even after a great start for the team, they haven't been able to carry forward with the follow-through that was expected. Now the circle is gonna be squeezing NB Esports out soon enough, and that does not look like the best position for the team. And DEADEYES guys as well do not seem to be having enough room to survive into this, particular match. It seems like both these teams are gonna be a goodbye sooner or later. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming losing one, that might be something that NBeSports can feed off of.
Oh, so they definitely are trying to get all these frags to their name one by one. I mean, they are getting those knocks. Well, let's see how do the remainder of the players just fight it out. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right now taking some shots over here. This is a third party though, so you'll have to take into consideration that Sky, if they fall, it will be because of a third party. Fizzboy in that battle goes boom boom the shotgun, and Fizzboy is able to get one. Although Mondo from behind also has been taken down. NB losing players one after the other, and it all falls out of Fizzboy to get a miraculous clutch from here on.
Well, it seems like NB Esports has only one single solo survivor that is going to be able to, take the flag forward. And I don't think that's going to be for long, because with the DBS, it's going to be super hard to go ahead for longer range fights. But right now, the Molly is going to be of utility to the team. IAWO gets taken out, and now it's top 5 surviving. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, 4MB, DRS, BITX, and NB Esports. Now, out of these, I could actually see anyone winning but BITX, to be very honest.
These teams have lost players. Suddenly they've lost players, because I did see one of the teams is all 4 players standing. I think SKYLIGHTZ still has all 4 players surviving. So SKYLIGHTZ, don't know why the name is not in this graphic over here for the chicken dinner availability. Meanwhile, Apex is able to get another knock onto one of the players of team DRS. Gante was trying to return some fire off, but has just given his position away, and Apex will confirm that frag. So now 40 meters inside the zone is going to be even more difficult for Gante to reach. Wants to go in from a different direction, but then BITX CMF will also be there. The most possibility of getting a chicken dinner is for the players of team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But for some reason they're getting outside the zone. They take down Fizzboy, and with that, NBeSports out of the game.
Well, your team still somehow manages to survive and has a good number of players as well, to be very honest, considering that the other two teams have only one player each. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming still has all 4 on though, and that's pretty optimal. Also, considering the position on the SKYLIGHTZ Gaming positions, they have 3 players already on the front line. Boro is playing all the way from the back foot, trying to kind of acquire more and more area onto the map. They are going to be waiting for the rest of the teams to actually go ahead and fight among themselves, so that this becomes a very equal leveled playing ground for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. But if 4MB is able to survive this, they might very well be able to convert this as well. So hopefully, probably you'll come back to the same points as me. Maybe.
Gyante though just uses his vehicle, gets inside the zone. That's survival is what DRS is playing for right now. Now BIDX CMF, the game is done for them. I think Jax has already jumped down to prison, so there's literally no way you can rotate from that spot onwards. You cannot come up from that spot. So basically you're done for. The zone is not with you, Jax. So thank you so much for playing. Thank you so much for representing BIDX CMF till here. But only the frag that you have will be the only points you get. Yeah, there will be some 3-4 extra points in terms of positioning, but there won't be a whole lot. So DRS CMF will also beat you. So this fight is basically for SKYLIGHTZ to lose. Now, if SKYLIGHTZ lose this one out, I don't know which games does SKYLIGHTZ convert into a chicken.
Well, you would actually be surprised once you see No Fear come back into action, to be very honest, because that guy is definitely really scary, even though his name is No Fear. But yeah, I mean, Skylights Gaming does have quite a lot of optimal situations that they are able to convert, but this one definitely is going to be slightly risky comparatively. And considering the positions on DRS and 4MV, it seems like they are up for the fight. BITX, however, seems to be crouched up in a small little corner, which is going to be very hard to take fights from. They're only trying to survive for as long as possible. So it seems like that Solo Rat is literally looking for placement points as long as it would take them. Now, if Skylights actually goes ahead and participates into this fight between 4MV and DRS, they could seal their fate completely. But if they lose a couple of players by the time DRS is done with 4MV, it would be harder.
Yeah, see, somehow Gyante again finds himself a spot inside the zone. Now, him jumping in this spot again makes him makes this particular area unclimbable. Or can you get back up from there?
I don't
Don't know,
think
but
so.
if you cannot, then Gyante is also done for. Unless he finds a way to parkour around these rocks, I don't see a way for Gyante to play this game any forward. So now it's blatantly a 2v4 between SKYLIGHTZ and 4MV. And I think so SKYLIGHTZ should be easily able to use the numbers advantage in their favor. Unless Mafia Ninja, somehow gets knocked out, who's very, very, very isolated from the rest of the team.
Well, if that happens, the rest of the team is definitely going to be stuck in a 2v3, and that 2v3 is not going to be easy because 4MV definitely does not shy away from a fight that only has one single person in advantage. And as we know, Apex from 4MV is super popular for being able to isolate all the fights that come to him and make the best of it for himself. So the way this guy plays, I mean, you could really not count him out in a 2v3. He can definitely capture that one. We remember him doing a 1v5 as well, in which he was able to take 4 players down, tied to the last one, and 4MV stood second in that match. But yeah, we still gotta wait and watch if 4MV is gonna have any footing into this one, because Skylights Gaming definitely currently, as of the numbers, as of the engine, suggests to be the one at the better position of trying to squeeze this match in their favor and have that chicken for themselves.
The only thing 4MV do not have are the boosters. They also have the zone for them, so this is a really good thing. There's a medkit being thrown into Baron, just giving him some sort of utility to work with. But now SKYLIGHTZ really want to take this fight, huh? Okay, well you can really come in with a vehicle run over if you want to, but these nades will make sure that your life is held. SKYLIGHTZ. Nima again and again just using the vehicle. No Fear also spotted down, draws a few shots from Baron and now knows the exact location. So nades will be exchanged. Let's see which nade is better one in terms of who throws it out, who throws the perfect one. No Fear damages Baron a little bit, but that's not enough to get that knock. Some smoke's been thrown in from Skylights Gaming, just trying to deter vision of the players of Team 4MV. There's a smoke in front of Baron 2. Jax falls down to the zone, and with that, BITX CMF get eliminated on the 4th spot with 4 eliminations to their name. But this major fight, 4MV versus Skylights Gaming, this is what we are interested to see. And let's see if one nade can do the job for 4MV.
Well, 4MV with the throwables can definitely depend upon their accuracy off to it. But the 3 players from the side of Skylights Gaming that are marching forward now have support of Mafia Ninja as well. All 4 coming down to one single location, trying to barrage their vehicles in, parade themselves into the area of 4MV itself, are acquiring themselves a good enough spot. Now, the Molly has already taken care of one player. However, Baron is not taking back at all. He gets 1, he gets 2. He tried to get the 3rd, but lost at the last exact second. And now Skylights Gaming is definitely having the match in their squeeze parts.
Wow, for a second I thought Skylights lost. I think Apex got taken down very early on, because of which Baron had to do the major heavy lifting. But what a game, what an attempt. A 2v4 being attempted over here and taking down 2. The 3rd one also was all down. I think that the final one just came in and took the trade. Great job done by Skylights Gaming, and the chicken is all theirs with 7 eliminations. They get a total of 17 points.
Well, the play of the day definitely got to be this one. And with that point, I feel like Skylights is doing good.
Alright guys, back after a short little break, me and Ahana are back at it again. Now we'll be showing you some statistics about how this map of Erangel went, following which we will have another map of I think Miramar. Before Sanhok, we have one more Miramar to play. So that will be the map before the arena game, and I'm excited for Miramar now because we'll have that rivalry of 4MV and Stalwart back again. Would love to see how both these teams perform, but I'd say 4MV made the most out of a game where Stalwart sat out. So it's not at all bad for them. They got what, 6 or 7 frags is what 4MV had. They ended on the second spot. Could be third spot because I still do not remember the one remaining player of team DRS getting eliminated before them. So could be the third spot, but we'll have to look at that. Although the MVP for the entire game, it is Apex from 4MV.
Well, Apex did have quite a lot of numbers to himself. If only he hadn't been taken out that quickly into the last fight, this could actually have been a 4MV chicken, to be very honest, and you could have climbed up on the prediction numbers as well. But yeah, it seems like with 775 damage, he could only still manage 5 eliminations, but had 4 knocks to himself. So kudos to the guy.
Definitely, man. Apex has played a really good game considering that 2 of the players of 4MV got eliminated so early on. The remaining 2, Baron and Apex, did the heavy lifting. They were able to put up a good fight as well. So yeah, top player is going to be Apex from this entire game. NBeSports' Mondo also shares the lobby though. 4 eliminations to his name. Jiggle comes in from Raw with 5. Bad Intention also has 3 frags to 90 degrees name. And Nima with 3. SKYLIGHTZ, even though they got the chicken, but a 7 frag chicken, I just find it hard to believe how useful is that chicken. Because they are still in the top 5. And if a top 5 team gets such a low scoring chicken dinner, how useful is it for them?
Not really. It actually makes it easier for the other teams to climb back up and make the best out of their own situations. But yeah, with the 5 to the name, definitely Apex has the highest eliminations and the highest damage, while Boofus follows with the highest assists and Nima with the highest healing done. There, I said it. Cool.
Okay, Nima. Wow, good job, bro. But your team was able to get that chicken, so that's where you should be the proud of most. Not this statistic over here. Where SKYLIGHTZ on top with 17, followed by 4MV who got they were the ones who came out second overall and also got 7 eliminations, so bring the number up to 13 and are on the second spot, followed by NBeSports with 11 and DRS with 11 as well.
Well, in this particular position, it looks like there is quite a lot of heavy lifting of the eliminations that was already done in the first few teams, and everyone after the 8th position is gonna be struggling to scrape any for themselves because 7, 7, 8, that's a good number itself, and then you have a couple of 6s as well. So yeah, 3 teams with 0s.
JMEX, Stronger X, FAKELOVE, Mabetex. Now these are the teams that I've really lost hope from in terms of the bonus game. Not the entire tournament, but the bonus game, because there is still one more week left for them to perform a little bit better. But yes, the other teams on the other hand, Venom DE, 5 points, it's not a bad game considering you were not able to get any points in terms of placements. So decent game, it's okay for you to get good number of frags and be eliminated early on. They still are in top 12, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then it should not be a problem for the players of Team Venom DE. But yes, now as we talked about it, the next map of Miramar. Now this is one of the places, one of the maps where the mini 14 action is back, and I'm just so happy about it. I just love the DMRs being used in. One of these days I also saw a couple of Kar 98s. Yes, I know it was the early stages, the players did not get any other weapon to work with, but still happy to see them even in a useless situation. But the DMRs and the snipers are coming back into action. That's what I'm happy about.
Alrighty, let's see how many more we are able to see in today's second match of Miramar, because I think we only have 2 for the day, and that's something we'll find out. We'll find out once we walk into the map. But yeah, this one is going to be sat out by Group C. So that means there's going to be 4 teams that do not become a part of it, which I will have to check because as the groups keep shuffling, I keep losing track of which teams are in which. So Mabetex, Roy Esports, Stronger FAKELOVE and Bad Intentions are not going to be playing this one, which makes it just as difficult as before, because these teams definitely did not show as much an impact as we were expecting. Other than Roy Esports, I don't think anyone had as good of a game to contribute. So it's gonna be an equal game. There's nothing.
Mabetex tried. I mean, you can say that Mabetex tried, but were not able to succeed. So you can really not count that game for Mabetex Esports. So yes,
I mean,
it'll be an important game for the other teams.
I totally agree with you that they did try and it didn't work out. But isn't that the same thing that's happening for them for the last 2 weeks? Like they're every
No,
time trying. I can see that
Mabetex
try.
ended in top 5 after week number 1.
Yeah,
So,
I get that, but it was all dependent on the performance of week one's last single
Yeah,
day.
okay.
And
But-
this time the last single day is not going well so far.
Yes.
Like 2 games are done, they haven't been able to acquire
Yes.
much. There's 2 more games to go. That's not gonna change things.
So overall is where I'm concerned for that team, because in the
Yeah.
overall standing they still looked in a good spot. They still looked in the top 16. So that's where I was concerned for them. But yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll just be fun to see how do they perform in the upcoming games, upcoming stages. But right now this map of Miramar again has a really hard line starting from all the way south of Los Leones, going all the way to Arabuda. A very similar line to what we previously had.
Yep.
The direction, the orientation is a little bit different, but the major cities it covers, they still remain the same.
That's true. That's very, very true. It's only doing slight little favor for the side of La Cobreria. That was very far out of reach the last time. This time it's still gonna be slightly navigable, but that's about it. I mean, it's it's again a very torturous circle, but sorry, a torturous plane path. The circle still is to be decided, and if the circle turns out to be all the way towards ruins, it's gonna be so damn difficult for the teams to actually go ahead and make the best of it. But yeah, as of now, it seems like most of the teams are going to be able to go ahead and acquire their positions from the southern area, because mostly we don't see Ladrilla getting that populated in the south. We see Chomasera being taken by 4MV. We see Valle del Mar being taken by the Venom, Puerto Parecio being taken by Seal itself, and Impala by HVDC. Those teams are having a fun time. They can all go ahead on their positions. And I guess Los Leones is where IAW is going this time. Have you seen them go there before? I think I haven't seen many teams try to contest Los Leones in this particular game. Wow,
Los Leones is definitely a really I mean, sort of a different area altogether, because not one single team goes there every time. It's like, yeah, we know that this time around this team is not playing. They usually like to go towards the city of Los Leones. Let's just drop in. So basically, they just check the previous match data, I think, and on the basis of it, they just drop. And Los Leones has seen multiple different teams. It's not just IAWO. So they've seen a lot of different teams in this particular city. And yeah, let's see how the other teams around them play, because when Stalwart used to drop in such a map where their usual drop location was not there, they used to go towards the cave area of Los Leones. But this time around, they've gone somewhere down the middle of the map. The zone has also shifted towards the southern side, towards the side of the map. So we'll still have to see how that zone plays out. But yeah, right now, the good thing is for most of these teams, they're inside the zone and no early fights have taken place till now.
That's true. The circle literally landed right onto the plane path, and teams in the middle of their move itself decided to just stick around longer and make sure that they have enough footing into the ground before they go for anything very challenging, anything very upsetting. But yeah, this position definitely puts one ray of hope for the teams, because the way the plane path was, it definitely looked very risky, to be very honest. And again, King of Spades this time, I want to know where did they go. Okay, they went all the way to Torre Amuda because they knew ruins is gonna be pretty difficult. Finally, they are choosing to make the best of the plane path without challenging it and going all the way to the opposite side, because ruins would have been a hard reach for a circle that is almost centered on Los Leones.
That's correct. And let's see, King of Spades is this late adaptation into the tournament. How does it work out for them? Because this is literally the last day of week number 2. So these adaptations had to be done. And them realizing that even though they were able to put some good results with that sort of a drop location, because they did not indulge into any early fights and they knew nobody comes towards ruins or nobody clashes in terms of rotation towards ruins. Now this late drop change around Torre Humuda, how well does it work for them? That's the biggest thing I'd like to see. in terms of result for Team King of Spades. So yeah, Leo Esport on the other hand, again, just each individual player looting for himself, trying to get anything that they can this early in the game. Yeah, the M24 will be thrown down. Come on, bro, you could have used it with the suppressor. It's so satisfying.
Well, satisfying for sure, but has to be satisfying at the end of the complete game as well. It has to be a good score for the team to go forward with, a
I
satisfying
mean,
score for them to make it into top 12.
Leo is not performing that great. They're on the
They
bottom of the
are.
leaderboard.
Yeah.
At least what they can do is give us a satisfying sound of that suppressed M24. That's what I feel.
I mean, if they give you that satisfying sound, wouldn't you like it to be, complemented with sound of actually having a skull cracked open
Nah, I
with
don't
it?
mind. I don't mind.
I mean, I would prefer that, and I think all the Leo fans would prefer that they go ahead, use that weapon, and actually bring out the value from it that it deserves. But well, in the meanwhile, though, Stalwart Esports, your favorite team, how
Mhm.
scattered are they and how fearless are they right now? Because they have complete idea. Nobody's around. They're just gonna chill out with IC, who's supposed to be a chill guy, to be very honest, and just figure out what weapons to use, what weapons to drop, and who exactly is gonna be the grenadier this time. Because I think that's a responsibility they can actually leave on to one.
I mean, most of these teams are happy. Look at that. No early drop clashes. Even in the small compound, you found the perfect loot that you really needed or you really wanted. Yeah, Zeol would have a different idea about that because M249 is nobody's first choice. I mean, even a Scarl is preferred over this M249. M4 is the best weapon. So, if Joel is able to find an M4, that would be the best possible thing he could do. But right now, Joel is a close range beast. 150 ammo mag in that M249, 35 in that UMP. He could entirely take down a whole squad all by himself if it was only on the basis of ammo. But hey, health is also something you need to consider. So Zul better play as a teammate, which he of course will, just making fun of him a little bit over here. DRS on the other hand, yeah, Ganth has already found a corner for himself, already started the passive game of DRS.
DRS, it seems like they're gonna be able to hold on to Graveyard for a bit. The circle completely supports the area, and it seems like staying in Graveyard, all you're gonna make sure is you don't become dead bodies. That's the only thing DRS gonna focus on. If you talk about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, though, we still see Nima struggling with the blue, while King of Spades, the whole team, they went for a different drop location. They tried to get early loot so that they can start moving towards the circle, and still failed to do it, still fighting the blue. If you talk about DE Venom, they're close enough. They're going to be able to make it soon. But once they enter, they're going to be invited by 4MV. Unless they follow Rambo. Because Rambo is going for a very sudden, rotation all the way from down south towards the shoreline.
Okay. So all these teams slowly and steadily making their way. KS went out of the zone, although they dropped inside the 8, but they went outside the zone to get their loot done, and now they'll also be rotating. Action can be seen in a Mirado trying to rotate away from this such an open area. But will survive though, right? I mean, the shots did land because I do see his Mirado being completely burnt off. Did see black smokes coming in. Yeah, tops. You're not picking off tops right now. That pickup truck, even though it seems bulky, it seems a little bit slow. It it just soaks in HP like a tank. It just soaks in bullet like a tank, and blasting it from close range is a nightmare. From this particular range, I mean, you need all four players just firing on one single vehicle to get that particular vehicle blasted off. But yeah, you throw some shots onto Stalwart Esports, you definitely will attract them to that early gunfight that they always look for.
Well, inviting Stalwart into an early gunfight is not always a good idea. So let's see if DRS is able to make the best of it if they initiate the fight. But I would really suggest them to just hold their horses. And also, understanding their gameplay so far, they do seem to be a team that tries to take it slow in the beginning and then get into action towards the end, and successfully fail quite a lot of times. But sometimes they even make good of it. So I'm still gonna have my hopes up for the team. In the meanwhile, T2K gets a frag for themselves. The first blood has been drawn from Deadeye's guys. Again, a promising team not delivering is slightly disturbing towards the last day of the week.
Well, look at that. There's a bolt action in the airdrop. Please, guys, let's loot the airdrop. There's also level 3 gear to support it. But please also take the AMR because it's a really good sniper rifle. So I'd say a replacement of AWM, but does not matter. If you hit that headshot, the player is still down on the ground. So that would be really an advantageous situation for you if you're able to use it properly, though. But yes, C2K on the other hand right now, all 4 players still in this particular area, compound just south of Los Leones. If this zone goes Los Leones, I would be just, I wouldn't like it. Let me just say that. Because players, teams, they will just hide inside these compounds and, look to get that chicken plate very passive. Los Leones zones are never fun to see.
True that. But we do gotta pick which team is gonna have the most fun from this Los Leones zone. And I think this time I am gonna go with 4MV.
Ooh, okay, 4MV is your pick of the choosing. Let me see who do I go with. So now this is a difficult one, man. If the zone does not go the way of Los Leones, then really 4MV, nobody can take the game away from their hands. But if it does go to Los Leones, it's a completely different story. So let me be a little safe. Let me pick NBeSports again. They're coming in from behind. It'll be a good area to have, and NBeSports I think will be the team for my choosing in this game.
They might also be able to catch 4MV by surprise, and the history of your team always attacking my team for no reason at all, just waking up and choosing violence will come true as well.
And winning, add that too. So yeah, I agree. I mean, whichever team I choose, if the fight happens between the two, it has always been the team of my picking winning. So
It has also
if
always
the
been
fight
the team of
happens.
your picking initiating the fight.
Yeah, because we love to play. I love to go with teams who like to play aggressive. So that's just me. Hey,
I mean, I
cannot
would
blame
not.
me for that.
I have mostly picked 4MV, and I would not go ahead and say they're not an aggressive team, but still, for some reason, every single time it's your team picking mine. So we'll figure out. We'll figure out if it works out well for NBeSports this time, because they have just entered from the blue. They have a little bit of damage on themselves already, and it's gonna be slightly harder. But wait a second, is IHC back in form?
Let's see, Zol already got their first frag, but the problem is they're not inside the zone. So
Yeah.
it's better for Zol to just run in the zone. He's all alone as well in this entire blue. So it's better for him to just get inside as soon as possible and then play the game. Won't be that easy considering the rotation that IHC is giving. Will clash with the players of HVDC, might also clash with the players of Team Seal. So that is something that they'll have to be careful about. But yeah, let's see how do they want to continue the game.
We'll figure out soon enough. But as of now, it definitely looks like IWO is wanting to, like, wash their hands into blood of T2K, because T2K in one single compound are completely restrained, and once they try to move out, they are going to be picked off. However, IWO does not have a very merry day for themselves either, because this situation does not support them as much going forward. The height advantage definitely will put some better hands out to them, but there are other teams approaching who will be able to pick IWO out without much trouble. And in very close proximity, you can see Leo, you can see DEADEYES, guys. These two teams are gonna be wanting to initiate those fights. Oh, wait a minute. IWO goes ahead and initiates the fight even after the knowledge that they have a couple more teams around them. What is happening?
So the good thing is around the water treatment plant over here, you can take these early fights because you have cover from all 4 directions. Like the walls are there, so the third party element is really limited. But Domain cannot do this. I'm surprised to see him survive for so long, even after being outside in the open for a very long period of time. But hey, he survives, and that's the best possible thing. Meanwhile, JMEX just have already started losing player, and Stalwart outside zone number 3 are taking this fight. Okay, now that's not the best possible way to do it, but yeah, then you have the monster truck, so this terrain really does not matter to you. You should be easily able to get inside the zone if you have already spotted out where you need to go.
Well, that's going to be something challenging, because again, they were slightly far away towards the northern side, but thankfully to them, they have a lot of open area inside. So once they enter the circle, they're still going to have enough time to go ahead and pick in spot the place that they fancy and go ahead and move into that. But yeah, as of now, it seems like JMEX definitely has no options of coming back in. If they try to rotate right now, Stalwart Esports as well as DRS are going to be able to gatekeep them pretty well, and it's not going to be an entry that they can acquire. So if they show up there with their passes, the security is going to be like denied. As of now, 4MV still holding on a great position, and the circle also not going very wayward from them just yet. We'll figure out in a couple of seconds if it's gonna support them further or not, and it doesn't. Damn it.
Yeah. Let's see the IHC right now. Demo has already been taken care of, so IHC are down a number, but still fighting out against the players of HVDC. Now, this is not going to be a favorable fight for you, but let's see how do they approach it. They've already got that knock. The revival will come in, and I don't think so IHC has any more nades available to throw into the compound. Otherwise, they would have already been used.
Alrighty, let's figure out how this works out for these teams, because it seems like HVDC right now with Rogue on the ground is gonna have a little bit more difficulty going into the fight. However, Aero being in very close proximity is gonna be able to go ahead and make that revival possible, while HVDC other players, Sanchir and Ryuk specifically, are gonna be trying to initiate this battle. But here's the problem. They have one single compound so far, now finally two, but neither of the compounds are super safe in this particular position because one, they are on the lower ground of it. Two, there are very, very small rooms to be very honest, and that's not looking the best situation. But in the meanwhile, I get distracted as the team of my choosing takes damage. Doc is on the ground. Stalwart is getting in the way. The Venom in the meanwhile also taking care of T2K, making sure that the center of the circle becomes more available, more accessible. But if health support does not arrive quickly, Doc might be in trouble. But wait a second. I think Baron did it. Yes, Baron did it. 4MV survives, thankfully. Goodness.
I mean, 4MV is also fighting on multiple different fronts. It's not just against Stalwart Esports. There was another fight that was going on. So they'll have to be very careful because they're not inside the zone, and getting in is going to be a big task considering Stalwart Esports is a team that you'll have to fight it out against. Now, IHC will lose another player. The shotgun for Alex has been able to take down one. The second one is not available though. Sanchir survives, the revival will be there, and HVDC on the verge of eliminating the entire squad of IHC.
Well, a momentum that we wanted to see continue from the side of IHC does not seem to be done for. But in the meanwhile, the team that is about to get done for is Stalwart Esports. That nade lands perfectly, and then the bullets come in as well. But wait a second, Apex, you're losing HP, and East has already taken down on the ground. The healing has to happen, the revival has to happen, and between all of it, amidst all of it, there has to be support for the team as well. This revival looks very risky, and in the meanwhile, you also are in the danger of seeing revival coming in from the south of Stalwart Esports as well, which means all four of their players are going to be back on the ground. Use the nade, use it right, and do justice to your own team. The nade lands perfectly. It doesn't. It misses. It seemed like it would.
Yeah, but Tops, I think he has some clear idea about where to toss a nade. If he is able to get the job done, even get one knock, that will be great. I see though reduced to very little HP, just barely surviving, and Baron is down on the ground up behind him. The revival is happening out of action, and Stalwart will reset. Or will the players of Team 4MV is the question. Yes, they go in for the revival themselves too, but the reset will be available for Stalwart a little bit earlier. Now the smokes will finally fade away, and these two teams, what are they doing? They're not inside the zone now. 34 seconds is what they'll have to decide to if they want to get inside the zone or not. But Gyante from outside, he is also third partying now. The smokes have to be invested. He will fall to the zone, but 4MV know this, that the team in front of them is in trouble now. Action needs to get that counter knock before the revival happens, because otherwise Stalwart will be in a lot of pressure, and that they are. IAWO as well shooting on them.
Oh.
The spray dance from IC is just too cold. Gets two of the players back on the ground for 4MV.
Bold and cold. IC moves forward with the rest of the team, trying to make sure that the numbers have been capitalized. The complete elimination comes in for Apex, and IC capitalizes on the numbers. As of now, it seems like 4MV is not going to have much footing to go on with. East is the only one who's going to be able to participate into the fight, but he is fighting against 3. One from the side of Stalwart is already taking fancy to another team, and that puts a little bit of lesser weight onto East's shoulders. But will he be able to execute this fight is a question. He had to heal back up, and now people are marching in towards him. He loses a player and then loses himself, and now
Third
it's
party.
completely 13th rank that goes on for the side of 4MB. Sad start for a team that I thought would win.
The problem is Stalwart are also not inside the zone, and look at that. ASL just are enjoying that fact. They have the perfect angle, they have the perfect third party angle, and they're using it pretty impressively. Two of the players of Stalwart have just been now. I think 3 of the players of Stalwart have just been taken down, and it's not looking a good game for Stalwart too. It is only the last 2 remaining players. There's also falls down to Gangstars M4, and one by one we see the elimination of Stalwart.
Well, Stalwart definitely does take a lot of damage in the meanwhile, and is not going to be able to survive much. There's one single player that is going to be fighting the blue as of now, but the HP keeps dropping. However, I feel like there is going to be recovery possible, and in the meanwhile, DEADEYES guys becomes the one that gets completely eliminated in the process. ASL right now looks like they're at the top, because with 3 frags to the name, no players taken down, they are having good numbers. But when you put these numbers into context, into the way they got these 3 frags, it does not really look like something very bold, something very outstanding that has been performed.
Well, ASL, we have seen a map of Miramar where they were the only team with 4, and the other team with the maximum players was 2. That was NBeSports and Stalwart Esports, and they still lost the game. So I mean, unless ASL themselves are able to get a chicken, I still cannot root for ASL getting a great game in their favor. They started off good, yes. How do they end? That's the biggest question.
Well, let's see. Let's see how the end goes for them, because I don't think the end is something they're good at. They're good at ending themselves soon enough though, so that's something we might see coming in from the side of ASL. But as of now, there's multiple teams who have all 4s online. There's Leo, there's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and Venom DE, out of which I feel like Venom DE and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming both are pretty promising. Stalwart Esports, I see, gets taken down by Zone, and they are literally taken off the lobby as of now. But yeah, NBeSports still survives. They have lesser players than you would expect from a winning team, but they're still going to be able to, capitalize onto the fight against ASL at least, and ASL definitely will be dropping down from the position that they already have. But T2K, in the meanwhile, capitalizing quite a bit on their position, on their gun game, on their fights, but also taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Rig is already out of the game and Jane is down, so the revival has to come in, whereas Love also needs to reset himself. I don't think so the revival is going to be possible at all. But ASL from behind, that could be a team T2K is not expecting. IAW is also facing a little bit of a loss. IHC on the other hand have already started the assault onto HVDC. One by one the players fall, but IHC will essentially be completely eliminated. Ryuk on the other hand was the one who dealt the final blow in this battle. Now D Venom though, Krita has a volley, but before that Ryuk just pushes in, gets the shot, although Venom DE, they come in with the perfect third party. HVDC, IHC. These are the 2 teams that were fighting it out, but the third party from DE Venom, just too good.
Well, the third party definitely did put DE Venom in a very good position. They do have a couple of players that need to get their HPs back up, that need to be revived and re-healed, but that's not going to be a problem because they're in a very isolated position and very, comfortable position to go ahead and do that. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, however, does try to go ahead and become a thorn in their way, but I don't think Mr. Boros single-handedly will be able to deliver as much as the team is expecting off of him, and he does have to be careful of the fact that there's NBeSports nearby. But wait a minute, that nade! It is gonna be so perfect, to the point, takes 2 down, but now this has become the position in which SKYLIGHTZ Gaming just marches in and just takes care of DE Venom.
Oh, one by one the players just fell. Now SKYLIGHTZ though, let's see if they're able to close this fight, because 3 players still stand. Nima pushing in. He's not aware that there's a player close right. Just closes out the door instantly though. The nade comes in, the nade blasts, and it's Domi himself. Who nades him out? Now that's a little bit unlucky. Mr. Burolo wanted to make the most out of the situation, but gets completely shut down by Krita. The Venom not in a situation, not in a fight that they would have loved to have, and still are able to close it in their favor. SKYLIGHTZ, the man advantage was not enough, but now NB want to third party. It's a 2v2, but the nades have to land perfectly. That's the problem over here. The first nade does not land anywhere near to the player of DE Venom, and this is a compound where these nades will not impact you a lot, but the counter nades will. Now Mondo has been reduced to very little HP. The nade also damages him out, but Sekujin trying to provide all the cover fire to Mondo so that he's able to reset.
Well, the reset is definitely going to be possible, but again, the Venom having lost a couple of players is going to be in a little bit of a rut. And in this rut, they can be capitalized upon from the side of NBeSports, but NBeSports chooses to go back behind, and a compound that they are in right now seems to be one that is not going to be super beneficial going forward. They're soon going to be having to move into a better position, but let's see how much they can capitalize from here itself. ASL still surviving with a good number of players, gets one onto Kirito. Okay, I see you, Sleepy, with multiple frags coming in from this guy. He is finally woken up, but does he get to take the chicken dinner? Does chicken dinner become his breakfast?
That's a question. Let's see. ASL though, 7 frags this team has already got. So that's a really good number to have. But how far can you get? Now they are trying to spot the rest of the players as well. Sekojin meanwhile falls to Krita's praise, and now DE Venom want to push in. NB will try to get that revival, but Krita, if he nails a nade, he will just nail the final nade. He will just completely nail down the players of Team NBeSports. The nade goes in, but the players have already rotated away, so Mondo will be able to get the reset inside the zone, so NBeSports still survive.
Well, as of now, it seems like the numbers definitely look good for ASL. They have all 4s online still. NBeSports only has 2, so does Venom DE. T2K, however, in a good position for themselves as well, with 3 players still on board and 5 frags to the name. Let's see if anything changes from here on, because currently, to be very honest, even the position for ASL looks good enough. They have height advantage, they are inside the circle, and if the circle does not push them out, they should theoretically be able to win this game. But I mean, they've lost winnable once before, so I could never tell.
That's correct. Although the zone is going to be a very important, I'd say, factor in all of this. So where does the zone shift? That's my main concern over here. Gangstar still sitting up top. ASL really have a strong hold in this game. The only team with all 4 players, I believe. T2K is the one with 3, and they are the ones who will try to fight it out against ASL. Let's see, how does this fight go?
Well, this fight has to go in the favor of ASL theoretically, but we'll find out how this moves forward. T2K as of now trying to creep back up. The height advantage is being demolished slowly and steadily from the side of T2K, but Leo being in close proximity might spoil the game for T2K and make things better for the side of ASL soon enough. So let's see if Leo is going to be able to hold the horses, or if he is going to be becoming the spoil sport for T2K. NBeSports, in the meanwhile, I think they are way too close to DE Venom, and that might be an end that DE Venom is not expecting just yet.
XMPL has a great ridge to play around with, but this will also mean that all the nades that bounce here will just come to his dome. It will be him who will be taking all the damage, so he has to be careful about that. Now, for now, Leo, the last remaining player, Liquid, is inside the zone. For how long? I don't think so for long enough. ASL is also slowly and steadily making their way towards the center of the zone from the edge. The Venom have already left, I'd say, the fight with the players of NBeSports, and they're like, yeah, we'll also chill, we'll also just hold down and just make sure that we survive for a little bit more longer.
Well, this survival definitely has a question mark on it for a while, but let's see. Let's see how much can be squeezed out from the side of ASL. They do look in a very good position. I'm not going to deny that at all. But being able to convert it is something that they've had problem with for a really long time. And even now, like, even after such a clear shot, it seems like they weren't able to take that frag, and T2K makes the best of it. Leo gets eliminated completely, but the fruit is still on the hands of T2K. And now they seem to be marching up ahead towards ASL. Alrighty, slightly risky considering the kind of position ASL has on hands, but let's see what gives this confidence to T2K. In the meanwhile, the Venom taking care of NBeSports. Your prediction losing life.
Yeah, but the thing is, they cannot push in. And if they try to, they'll just get third party just like that. XMPL traded out, but NBeSports will essentially fall to ASL. Gangsta created a sort of a different angle, a spam through the smoke, and NBeSports will also bite the dust. Now Venom could be the next one to fall, and ASL, this could be the redemption game that they were looking for.
I mean, if they do this, I'ma be super proud. So let's see if they are gonna be able to, because right now, to be very honest, they do seem pretty amazing. They have the numbers, they have the position, they have the height, they have the right weapons as well. This shouldn't be hard. Like, there's a knocked player on the side of the Venom as well. They can capitalize on that, but wait a second. Sleepy gets sent back into snooze zone, and now T2K starts marching in. Elimination confirmed. Wait a second. See, I've told you, this is what happens to this team. It's very hard for them to actually hold their ground. Now it's a 2v2 between T2K and ASL.
Yeah, and also Rambo wants to have a piece of the pie. Although will be completely shot upon from the right hand side, so he has to make sure that he survives for a little bit more longer. Chari is trying to reset near Jane and will essentially confirm the frag in a little bit. But now T2K pushing in. It's all love over here. Who falls? Chari. Great shots from the guy. But he has to make sure that he is able to take down the players of Venom, which he is not able to. ASL, they lose from such an advantageous position, and now Venom look to have that chicken. XMPL all alone, spraying around the corner, but Krita pops the first hit. Switches the weapon, and now XMPL runs out of ammo. Venom! A team we did not expect to get the chicken, but they are able to get one.
Beautifully done by the Venom, and the way we saw the fall of ASL just confirms all of our thoughts that we've had so far. But the Venom again, absolute performance from the guys. They were literally once with very low chance to actually acquire the chicken, but they do with 7 eliminations and 17 total points, placing themselves on 10th overall rank.
Make it clap.
Alright guys, welcome back after a short little break. A very short one. Producers surprised us, otherwise you would have seen us in different poses over here. But it's okay. We are back. The game was very fun on this particular map of Miramar. Now we'll hit you with some more statistics. We'll tell you how the game went. We'll show you the scoreboard. We'll show you how many points each of these teams scored. And then we will be moving forward to a fun segment, a fun little segment, a little $1,000 on the line for the segment of TDM matches.
Yep, and we are going to be seeing still round 2 continuing through the week. And that's going to be another one that we're going to be dealing with soon enough. But yeah, first we are going to be seeing how this Miramar went.
Yes.
And I mean, it just reaffirms my fact every single time. Even after 10 frags, even after such a good momentum, such a good position, such an advantageous situation, ASL manages to lose. I mean, do I even need to say what I say every time? Doesn't everyone already know it now?
Wow, I mean, I don't even know what to say about ASL right now, man. This was a game, this was a redemption game. They could have gotten 22, 23 points overall. They could have made it to the bonus game, but they threw. Venom D on the other hand, Krita is going to be the one who is the MVP of the entire game, and considering he got 5 frag, good job by the guy.
I really wish we had a statistic for throwable kills, like kills taken from throwables, because I think that's the only way that ASL got their frags, because they're so good at throwing. Anyways, going back
Or
to
third parties. Or third parties. So that's also something you'll have to look out for when you try to see those things. But yeah, if we look at the bad summary as well, how do we see only Gangsta over here? Can someone explain? From ASL, didn't they have like a game with 12-13 frags?
They did, and it still did not work out, because we see Turulav and Jane up here with Krita. Both are from T2K, and Krita from DE Venom. This is not good. There was a lot of damage coming in from the side of Sleepy though. Sleepy and Assassin were able to deal some damage, but yeah, they maintained their first position with 17 points because they have 12 eliminations, but they couldn't even make it to top 2. So sad.
Wow, ASL 17. They should have been 22 at least.
Yep.
I mean, considering you did not get even a single frag, which should have been what? You get 2 more frags onto DE Venom, you get 2 more onto ASL. 26 is what the number should have been, but you'll have to just work with 17. 9 points gap, and let's see if this forces you anywhere outside the realm of getting qualified for the top 12 position. But if we talk about the overall standing, still a comfortable lead for Stalwart. Roy Esports is still on their tail, 8 points away, and will be a fun one, man. I think I thought that Rob played this game, but they are also in the same group, I think, with Stalwart. So they also have 18 games played right now.
Yup. It seems like there's a huge difference coming in this time. We're seeing a lot of teams not being able to make it. T2K in a good position, Venom DE in a good position, slightly unexpected. Mabetex somehow still is in the top 12 with an 8-point difference, but I don't think that difference is going to continue longer until they come up with a good game for themselves. But they still have a couple to play for the day, so we'll see if they're able to maintain the position. But yeah, ASL, even after that game, is still all the way to 19th position. Okay, ASL. Cool. Nothing changed for them.
Cannot do much about it Cannot do much about it though right now for ASL DominationCrew. So yeah, just leave it ASL. It's okay. This is
Maybe
not going to
next
be a
time.
week that you qualify for the bonus week. Keep your eyes out for week number 3. Prepare something new. Same can be said for JMEX. Prepare something new. Show us something new so that at least you're able to qualify for the grand finals. That should be like your bare minimum thing to do. But as the other teams, STFL, Bad Intention, one good game and they will be in top 12. Because look at this, 100 points is what you need to be in top 12. You already have somewhere around 80. So 20 point a game, one good game, you're in top 12.
That is true, but if you do see Mabetex Esports performing slightly better, they will also be getting a couple of points and they might actually be able to, squeeze that victory in for themselves as well. But that's all gonna be a later discussion, Fritz, because first we have TDM.
Ooh, arena game, huh? Fun game. This is really a fun game, and let's have a look at which game do we have today. Which two teams will fight it out today? Do we see a passive approach? Do we see an aggressive approach? A little bit of a clarity will be gained in the brackets when we see it out. Should be a fun one. T2K versus Leo should be a really fun game. I mean, both. At least I know that Leo like to play it aggressive. Haven't seen T2K get a lot of frags, so it'll be good enough to say T2K are a little bit of a passive team. But hey, it'll be fun to see if T2K can, if Leo can do something about it, right? Because that is a team that really I think is a all well-bound team. They've got those good number of frags for themselves. The position is where they're lacking their overall game. It's a game total. So if they're able to get good frags over here, 40, their game.
Might very well be, but for a little while I feel like I kinda disagree with you on the playstyle of the teams. I do know Yetauta definitely likes to play super aggressive, but the rest of the team from Leo does not seem to be the same. To me, it seems like T2K would be the ones charging in this time, and well, similar can be seen on the boards. 2 frags already, and T2K on the lead with the nades, trying to march all the way to the spawn point of Leo and also capitalizing the situation. Not really in much harm's way.
Well, Leo, they were they've definitely covered the lead by a little bit. They've got 3 frags back. And T2K on the other hand still look to continue playing a little bit aggressive. Now Turula still survives. Nova has not been able to find that trade. And on the other hand, Turula gets that Jetta Uta frag too. So T2K really good early advantage of 5 points.
Exactly, and that is trying to be shortened from the side of Leo Esports, but this team is not going anywhere away from their spawn. Finally, Novax tries to march forward, but he just collects something and comes back in. He is literally marching forward only and only for the slight little loot that's available at the ground. Nothing else. As of now, it seems like T2K is going to be taking some damage from the side of Slipknot, and equalized numbers will show up, but T2K will be able to convert that soon enough.
The trades are still happening though, look at that. But T2K, as you said, the lead has already been vanished away. It's just of 2 points. I mean, you could make it 3 if you're able to win this duel Yeta Uta. But let's see, XMPL, yeah, he falls to Yeta Uta. The trade is there though. So the lead is still going to be in the favor of Team T2K, but has been reduced quite a bit. Although once again, T2K start working their way back up.
Well, T2K with the kind of aggression they are holding are making a lot more favorable situations for themselves in this match than Leo themselves could do. And not only aggression, I think T2K is also capitalizing on the cheeky angles that the map provides and is capitalizing onto that. As of now, they do lose a player, but then the other one tries to come in for the trade, does not succeed, and puts the lead almost to an equalizer now.
15-16, huh? Make it 16 all because Slipknot just flipped. The defenses also wanted to take down another frag. Good for Leo, the ring was still there and XMPL did not get traded out. Once again, T2K, they find 1 extra frag for themselves. Leo around the corner, there's a Groza in Rig's hand, so it's better to not repeat that angle. Liquid, the 1v1 duel, and it is Liquid who will be winning it out with a little bit of help from Slipknot's nade. Now, Leo find themselves in a lead for the very first time, I believe.
Well, definitely they do, and the lead is consistent. I mean, they got a 2-point lead and they are able to continue forward with it. Every single time there's a frag, there's a trade coming in as well, but this time T2K will be finding those sneaky shots and making it back into the leading point of the match. Okay, this team definitely has some caliber to themselves. I wish I could have seen this kind of performance from T2K towards the games as well, you know. The TDM definitely looks like they are built of geniuses.
Yep. Although, look at this T2K taking the lead right back into their hands. XMPL with a cheeky double is able to get the lead back up to 3 points because Yetauta's date will be able to fight XMPL. But good nair onto Turula, just blasting him right off the face of the Erangel earth. But Eric, on the other hand, probably hoping to get another frag to his name. Won't be able to do so for now though because Leo back in their formation because they have 1 more point lead to just deter off.
Well, there's very little lead that they can actually, close into, but the lead tries to be, revived from the side of Turulov, but he fails and then gets taken down as well, literally handing out the lead to Leo Esports for some reason. Now they are again in a lead of 2 and very close to victory, like 11 points and they're done for. However, it's not very far for T2K either.
Yeah, Turulov hiding inside his own train container is able to get a couple of frags. Liquid is trying to run away with some more frags to his name, but Slipknot around the corner. Nova around the corner. All these players are firing on all cylinders now. It took a little while, but suddenly they are back in the game. Especially man Slipknot. Look at that, 13 frags already to his name. He has been the one who has been able to get this comeback happen for the players of Team Leo now. Inside warehouse, Yetauta around the corner, wanted to take some shots. The trade not available, and once again T2K snatched the lead back.
Well, they tried to, but they fall back by 1 single point. They were short, and now they're on an equalized situation. But the frag comes in from the side of Leo, making it again an advantageous position for the team. Now it's come down to the wire, and I think this is where the game starts to slow down a little. There might be a lot more patience from the side of T2K comparatively.
Oh, but they find 2 quick frags.
Wow.
That's 39 for T2K. 1 more frag and Leo is done for. Do they have nades? I see a nade for Jane over here. Let's see if he's able to toss it out. Rick though around the corner. Will he be able to get that frag? The flash. The flash will definitely blind him. Oh, but Rick is able to finally land the final blow. And the comeback attempt from Leo was good. Was a little bit of a solo effort, but it is Team T2K who will essentially win it out.
Well, Team T2K with this victory placed themselves into round 3 of TTMs, and soon enough, we will see that happen as well. But before that, we have a couple more round 2 matches. Tomorrow, we will be seeing for Miracle Vibes against King of Spades, and after that, Mabetex Esports against HVDC.
Day after tomorrow. Because tomorrow will be an off day.
Yeah, I mean,
Monday. Haha,
you
got you
know
there.
that.
But yeah, it'll be a fun game. 4MB versus King of Spades, it'll be a fun game to witness. But this time around, fast paced, yes. But T2K used then their passive approach to get all the
Yes.
frags that they needed, especially towards the end zones. I mean, when not zones, end moments where they really had to, just calm their nerves out, get those frags for themselves, get the lead back in their favor. That's when they were able to, really do the job properly and were able to essentially get the arena match in their favor. So good job by the teams. But now we come back to the main league. Now we come back to the main games, and the following map will be a one of Sanhok.
Well, Sanhok, we know how this map generally is. We know how fun it becomes and also how risky it becomes for all of the teams that go ahead and participate into the game because again, Sanhok, as you always like to mention, is 70% luck, 30% skill.
It is. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams getting 18, 19 frags, but then being eliminated on the second spot because they did not have the zone. So, I mean, it's just not a hypothesis. It's a proven fact, I'd say now. 70% luck. You could be 4MV, but then getting inside the zone is tough for everyone, considering 5 teams shoot at you. So, it'll not be easy at all for the teams to perform. One of the groups is lucky enough to sit this one out. So they will be just observing the game from far away, and then we'll be playing into the final game of final regulation game of Miramar. Oh, sorry, Erangel, because then the final map will be between the top 12 teams. That will be the map of Livik, which I think we have a rough idea about. There's 8 to 10 teams. We already know which teams are going to qualify. So, hey, let's see though. For now, this map of Erangel, here we go. Plane part does not matter because all these teams will drop wherever they want to.
Well, let's see what the situation looks like as of now. There's early drops coming in from the side of 4MV, SEAL Esports. I'm also seeing DRX in the mix alongside HVDC, Mabetex Esports. Like everyone has taken like an early leap of faith, and they're gonna be going to whatever position they can actually acquire in this region. I'm still trying to look if Stalwart is choosing to go back to bootcamp as usual. Yes, they are. Hatton is the region where I was expecting to see King of Spades go ahead again, but it seems like they're gonna avoid that this time and probably go ahead and survive towards the Cow or Tatmok region. While T2K actually is gonna be going ahead and acquiring multiple places. Like, look at how scattered their team is.
Yeah, so T2K usually go for a split like this around Maungnai and Camp Bravo. So they sometimes bear the fruit of it, sometimes they bear the results of it. That's why they've not been performing consistently because split drops are good when you know the remaining teams like to take compounds. But when everyone is just literally taking split drops, that's where you cannot strategize for it. Now there's a DBS around the corner, so the players are of course in a little bit of a difficult situation. But this time around, Lexi will be able to get that frag, and it's good to see JMEX having a little fun.
Well, having a little fun, JMEX. It is good to see that, but do they really have the opportunity to go ahead and have fun because they're literally on the 20th position? Well,
I mean, it's okay.
yeah.
It's okay to be on 20th position, and when you know you cannot do much about it, so you should just have fun. You know you qualified till here, you are a very good team overall. Yeah, not able to perform amongst the best. It's okay, you'll improve.
Okay, I would agree to that, and I would agree to that when you start saying the same thing to me when I make you D rank. But
Cannot play.
yeah, now we cannot play together because of the rank difference. It's okay. It's okay. One day we will. One day you'll have a bad day and you'll D rank yourself so much that we play together. I don't expect the opposite to happen. But yeah, In the meanwhile, the Venom, after losing a couple of players, now want to just go rogue onto every player that they find in their sight. And as of now, Leo losing one to them. Now it seems like Rambo has a good enough idea of the fact that one player is knocked. He does not know that the revival has happened though. So now the reset position has become possible for the side of Leo. But Riley, look at that flank.
I mean, yeah, look at that flank. It never came. It never helped your team. What was that flank about? I mean, they won't be happy about losing one of their
Oh,
player yet
goodness.
Uta, but then they would be happy that at least they were able to survive this onslaught from the players of DE Venom, and will be happy about the
True
two
that.
frags that they have. So, Venom DE, good attempt, but not the best possible result.
True that. True that. Riley could have been in a great enough position to actually save the teammate, but now it seems like he's going to be the sole survivor and will have to save himself and be slightly selfish for the meanwhile. In the process, though, look at HVDC taking care of DRS. Now, one of the fan favorites, we can definitely go ahead and clearly say that because every single time we have votes, this team has the most. They are getting picked off hair by hair.
Oof. Leo still looking to fight against that last remaining player, and I'm surprised to see that last remaining player of Venom D not falling back. So he's like, yeah, bro, I die with my team, I live with my team, I am not the solo survivor. Good attitude, bad attitude, you tell. But I don't think so. This will help you a lot if you're eliminated. But this time around, Stalwart Esports from the other side of the shore, they are taking some third party shots. And Slipknot, poor guy just used what 10 bandages to patch himself back up, only to be dropped to very little HP once again because of a third party. They do not have med kits, so that's a problematic thing. Meanwhile, Mabetex, that nade could have really done the damage. But Zero, he will fall back because he's all alone in that particular situation. So it's better. It's a good decision. DEADEYES CMF is already fighting against the players of Team Seal, where Seal have lost one. Zero comes back. Wally helps him a little bit. And BIT, they're not having a good time at all.
Well, the situation definitely did not look good for Bad Intentions, but now there's another fight in hands of Mabetex Esports. They do gotta make sure that they withdraw as quickly as possible because right now the team does not seem to be in the best position of taking this fight, and they are gonna be taking their vehicle running away from here. But in the meanwhile, become prey to Soulless, who's gonna be sucking the soul out of Mabetex players.
So less yes, he gets a frag, but then Scooby is also down on the ground. Now that's down in the ground, I should say, not even on, in the ground. So he's already been ripped apart. RIP. It's okay. Leo Esports though, they will now take another fight against the players of Team JMEX. Galzane with a nade could be a good one, but then it does not get inside the window. That's why it won't get any of these dogs. Whereas Snipe is also still waiting and begging for a revival from his teammates.
Well, this is not looking good at all, but wait a second. In the meanwhile, Galson will get taken down alongside Frag, and the situation becomes even tougher for JMEX. They have literally one single player surviving. They were the ones to draw the first blood, and they were the ones to go down so quickly as well. Because this last player also does not have way too much HP. Like, he is going to be able to revive himself, but won't be able to help Snipe survive this situation. In the meanwhile, though, Stalwart Esports getting one for themselves and a reset position opening up for the side of Leo. I think this revival is going to be super easy and possible, which is something you very rarely hear on the map of Sandhawk because everything here is difficult. Anyone can march in any moment.
Oh, look at this though. A little fish in the water. Just try to find small little fish against them to fight it out. Good
Oh.
knock by Nirzet just inside the smoke, random shots. Should be able to wipe off the players of Team Leo because they cannot do much about it anyways. I see holding, waiting for Noah to just get out of this compound, or maybe even cooking another molly. Can do any one of these things. I mean, yes, IC was burning down off because of that molly, but then the frag will come in, the trade will come in, and Leo Esports out of the map, Sanhok.
Well, Leo does get taken out, but Stalwart also has one knocked player, and they have to be super careful considering that DEADEYES guys and JMEX both are in close proximity. DEADEYES guys might be approaching them, but JMEX cannot be, initiating any fights of their own just yet because Lexi is the only player surviving and doesn't want too much danger around himself. Let's take a look at the bigger picture for once, Fritz, shall we? Because it seems like the circle right now is about to shift, and a lot of teams might face that danger. Look at that. All the way east, T2K will still have an opportunity to make it back into the circle, but the rest of the teams towards the western coast, will they find it easy?
Question mark. Big question mark about that point. But the thing is, how do you decide on which island to stay after that? Because right now the agents have to take a decision. Otherwise, that Camp Charlie bridge will be of utmost importance to get you inside the zone. Now, JMEX's last remaining player, Lexi, right now his main focus is survival, and maybe while just going, drop a few kisses onto the players of Team DEADEYES guys in terms of eliminating them. So that's the objective that Lexi has right now. But let's see, DEADEYES guys, I think they are aware about that fact. They are slowly and steadily rotating, just making sure that all of their players survive. That's a good thing to do. Whereas for Lexi, he also for now has to move inside the zone, but then cannot move as there are players of DEADEYES guys nearby.
Well, Lexi does have very little wiggle room for himself. Even though this map supports a lot of snakes, surviving solo is definitely difficult because even when you're all the way deep underground, there is a risk of being, run over by literally a mistake or an accident because we are seeing this lobby not being shy to pick up vehicles, even on Sanhok, even though that's something that we thought wouldn't be as possible. Look at that. Another vehicle march coming right onto HVDC, takes down Sanchir, and now DRS is gonna be finding the rest of the players as well, and the team might be on the verge of extinction for the side of HVDC. And that extinction will not only give DRS placement points and frag points, it will give them an entry into the circle as well.
Entry into the circle is definitely going to be a good thing for them. But now is the dreaded time, Ahana, when you might be able to get yourself back in there. Do you predict 4MB?
I actually do, because to be very honest, right now they do seem to be in a good enough position. However, they do have to deal with a fight against Stalwart, but they're a player short, so it's gonna be fine.
Stalwart is a player short?
I think so, yeah. I think I saw one player get picked off.
No, they just won that fight cleanly.
Oh, yes, they're all
against,
four. Yeah. They were able to revive, yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with Stalwart. I think should be easy fight. 4-0 is what we wipe 4MB. And then move forward and get that chicken. That's what I hope.
Isn't 4MV the only team that Stalwart targets? Like, they want to just get done with 4MV. They don't care about the consequences. They don't care if they get more points after that, but they just want to clean 4MV out.
So what you're saying is 4MV is a little bit weak in terms of their defense.
No, I'm saying that Stalwart is
Then
just
why are you
very
complaining?
lean, very keen on trying to take that fight.
Then why are you upset about it? Because the previous time
I'm
as
not
well,
upset.
I think
I'm not upset. I'm
Stalwart
just
was
mentioning
easily.
a fact.
Nah, it's okay, Hannah. It's okay. I know my team is a little bit too powerful in terms of gunpower.
Oh yeah, we'll find out.
At least for today.
Because to be very honest.
At least for today.
We'll
because
see, buddy. We'll see. Because
all right.
last game I remember 4MV went all the way to second position. You weren't seen around.
Last game? On the map of Erangel,
last
Hannah.
game.
Come on.
On the map of Erangel, yeah. Last
and
game.
Stalwart did not play that game. Okay, it's okay. I forgive
Yeah,
you for
see,
your
they were so
short-term memory
scared
loss.
they did not even play the game.
I forgive you for your short-term memory loss. It's all fine, Hannah. It's all fine. We'll get some more clarity, in this map if they decide to fight. But I think Stalwart is going in for a safer rotation and probably choosing the query. It's not called scare. It's called tactical approach because you still do not know where the zone is going to end. So you first of all take the higher ground. And 4MV will be eliminated in Painan if they stay there because around Painan it's all open ground. How do you rotate if the zone is not with you?
Well, they'll figure out a way. I have that much confidence in them. But in the meanwhile, the one team I do not have much confidence in is trying to initiate a fight. Why, ASL? Just stay back, try to get your placement points and be done with it. Seriously, guys, you should know it by now.
It's okay though. Ryuk, he is also, I'd say, not a... What do we call a snake inside the house? Wait a second. Okay, now we can continue because King of Spades, again, look at that. Mamba's nade eliminates Naruto. What is happening with the players of King of Spades? I just do not understand. But still, they're able to at least eliminate Seal in the process. Although Stalwart, they found themselves a good compound in front of 4MV. So now it's even more difficult for 4MV to rotate.
Well, it sure is because Stalwart's compound is much closer to the center, and that means that once the circle shrinks in, even if it doesn't favor them, they're gonna have an easier way in, unless the circle just decides to go all the way towards 4MV. Then 4MV does not have to rotate to begin with. So I'll hope for that to happen. But one team that is completely isolated and has very few fights coming their way is gonna be DEADEYES guys. But the one team already involved in a fight is gonna be HVDC. Now I'm not very favorable to this fight because you're gonna be out of zone. You have a lot of players in front of you, and you have none on your own side.
Yep, HVDC. Ryuk can play the spoil sport over here. Third party, go Ryuk, pick, get frags. He's not doing it. I think he cannot listen to me. It's okay. I'll fix the communication little line between me and Ryuk. But okay, a little bit delay. There's just a slight bit delay. He's in Nepal, right? So there'll be a little bit delay from India to Nepal, but it's okay. It's okay.
Wow.
T2K Jane though on the other hand
There's a
is
lot
able
of
to
ping, huh?
yeah, exactly. But meanwhile, Sky just spotted him down, eliminates him. It's okay, Ryuk. All fine, bro. You can perform
He
good
did
in the
his
next
job.
match.
He did his job. He made sure that he did play slide a bit of a spoil sport for the side of the opposite team. However, right now it seems like there's a lot of teams that have all their players online. Stalwart Esports being the one on the top of that. DEADEYES guys, T2K, 4MV, and ASL following. Now, ASL zero hopes, 4MV a little lesser hopes than before, considering the zone has completely shifted away from them and the circle is not going to be in their favor. It's all the way going towards Camp Charlie, I assume, and yes, that's about it. So this situation looks pretty devastating for 4MV unless they decide to go for an early rotation, going all the way from the entry point where DEADEYES guys sustain. That's going to be one place to enter in from.
I said GG for ST now.
Well, it is, yes.
The zone is in such a way that the main island is nowhere near the zone and Stalwart are on the main island and outside the zone. How do you even try to rotate? 4MV has a great rotation. And DEADEYES guys, bro, it's a great team. Don't mind that. But then the gun power, well, we already
On
know the
4MV is
difference
better.
between them. So
Yeah.
we already know 4MV will take them down. Unless
But
they
Raw
can get
Esports
that
might
first
be a
knock.
spoil sport there.
From where though? Raw will play spoil sport for DEADEYES guys. Because 4MV,
Oh
if
yeah,
they get one
yes.
knock,
If
then
4MV
4MV
take the
will.
fight from the compound, yeah.
Yes,
True,
so
true.
it's looking a good game for the side of 4MV. Although one good thing is that ST has a vehicle, but let's see if they're able to use it though. That's the biggest question over here. Mabetex though, around the compound, they also have a really good spot inside the zone. Not if not inside, very near to the zone, so they can slowly and steadily move in and get good number of points overall. But here we go. The fights have already started. King of Space, Mama is the one to get that very first knock.
In the meanwhile, Stronger FAKELOVE gets eliminated, and that's gonna be one thing that goes against themselves. So, with that, ASL gets a little bit head start onto the fight. However, with this one single defeat to the name, I don't think they have much grounding in the game. 4MV, in the meanwhile, is approaching DEADEYES guys, and one player has already been in a situation which makes it slightly hard for them to go forward. Look at that. The knock has come onto Apex.
Lexi, he wanted to play it for now. Although Apex will completely be eliminated. So 4MV
Yep.
lost a player over here.
Same for East.
He falls because of the zone. Third party elements into the fight, and 4MV cannot deal with that. ASL have also started losing players one by one. Assassin prones down though, but before anything could have been done, still the knock was there on Uchari. ASL, Gangsta, Sleepy, the only two players surviving, but Mabetex are really happy to take all these snakes out of the grass.
Well, Mabetex is definitely doing a social service here by taking the snakes out, and now ASL being off the charts makes it easier for the rest of the teams to go forward with. But let's see how this turns out, because Mabetex right now does have a good enough position, but the circle is going to be pushing them soon enough. However, Stalwart is able to pick King of Spades out, and they might be able to find themselves an opening inside the circle. They have acquired slight some position, are going to be able to cross across the river, and I think this shack is going to be where they survive for a little longer.
Okay, but the problem is the area above it is of higher ground, and a team on top can really put a lot of trouble out of the players of Team Stalwart. But that's for a long period of time they'll be safe. They will survive. 4MV also surviving with just two players. DeadEyes guys, on the other hand, the perfect team right now to get the chicken is DeadEyes guys. They have the best spot in the zone. They have all their 4 players surviving, and most probably Precious Sir and Slayer Sir have already activated themselves. Look at that. Trix also gets a very crucial to dock over there. So he is just making sure that no teams can rotate in from behind, and one by one are just picking them apart one after the other.
Exactly. Right now, it seems like DeadEyes guys is also, looking pretty strong as of this particular fight goes, because 4MB does not have much grounding. Now it's Baron alone surviving into the fight, and he will not have a very good stance considering that the circle is pushing onto him as well. So I think it's about time that 4MB embraces their demise and gets taken off the chart with no points at all. That's not good. They have one single point to their name if Baron gets taken out right now before Mabetex. And if Mabetex gets taken out first, then also 4MB only has 2. And on the other hand, if you actually talk about Stalwart, they have 6 to their name. They have all players alive. They have found a spot inside the circle. They look pretty good. And your prediction starts making sense somehow. Like, it wasn't looking like a position where Stalwart could come back into the circle, but they managed. And it wasn't looking like a position where 4MB could die that easily, but they do.
Without any eliminations, that too. So
Yeah.
this will again put them in a really difficult spot now. The nades are being bounced off the shack, and Delta gets a knock. Surprised by that, but hey, it's great for DRS. That's great news for DRS. Raw Jiggle also gets eliminated, and it's only one remaining player for Team Raw Esports. It's gonna be Praveen. How much can Praveen do? Only 2 frags to his name. This will be a difficult fight to achieve now. Rules just goes out, confirms that frag out of Sky. Who is he shooting upon? Rules? Is there some information on the basis of which the shots were taken? Because now DRS is also in trouble because they have to get inside the zone.
Well, DRS has to get inside the zone, Mabetex has to get inside the zone, and so far it seems like there's one single player from the side of Mabetex that even survives and is gonna be pushed in by the circle soon enough. In the meanwhile, though, Stalwart trying to initiate a war with DeadEyes guys. Now, even though the caliber on the side of Stalwart is much better, it seems like DeadEyes guys also
Position.
is in a good enough position. Yeah, because they have the height advantage, and soon enough the circle is gonna push the 3 players of Stalwart Esports as they are literally on the lining of it. So the shack will have to be emptied soon enough, and that might not present a very good position. However, Action can actually try and go in for a flank, which could be harmful for DeadEyes guys, and the numbers advantage can put Stalwart in a better position. But that's gonna be a harder run.
Well, DeadEyes also have their eyes set upon the players of DRS, and Delta gets taken down. Slayer Sir, though, from far away, gets that knock onto Nirzed and also confirms the frag. DeadEyes
Oh,
guys,
beautiful.
they also chime in, just take out one of their rivals very early on, and are putting a complete thumb on the entire game. They're saying this is our game. Nobody gets to snatch us away from this game.
Exactly, 3-1 split right now, make it a 2-2 split right now from the side of DeadEyes guys. They are focusing their fights on a very isolated, ground. But the player from the side of DRS is trying to fight off in a heal battle all the way towards Camp Charlie. He won't be able to survive very long, so it seems like soon enough we will see Ruled actually get ruled out from the game. But in the meanwhile, definitely DeadEyes guys are going to mount on to Stalwart Esports. Knowing that the knocks have come in, it seems like they don't have much to worry about. It's going to be only 2 players that they need to take care of. One of them has very little HP, so Action is going to be next in line. But the nade comes in just right from the side of Icy, knocking a player from the side of DeadEyes guys. This is difficult for the side of Precious Sir now. He needs to make sure that the right kind of utility is used, that the revival and the frag are timed well. Otherwise, DeadEyes guys might just not have a standing. And in the meanwhile, DRS, the healer, gets taken out, and no more heal battle to survive.
Yeah, but this also helps T2K get inside the zone. So this little battle between DeadEyes guys and Stalwart have also risen the percentage of getting a chicken for T2K. Yes, all the players are back up and running. Oh, but Trix fall. That's a really bad knock to have over here. And Shifu, look at the HP. The follow-up nade could really do damage onto DeadEyes guys. Now they would think that we shouldn't have taken this battle. Icy peeks around the corner, gets that knock, and with that I think DeadEyes guys are about to be eliminated. The revival has already happened, but the zone will force out the remaining players and take them down. Although before going, Tops was taken down by that nade, and T2K also get another frag. Now it's all down to the last remaining player of Team Stalwart.
It is. T2K looks very promising right now. Right in the center of the circle remains the last player from the side of Stalwart Esports, and T2K will be able to find him soon enough. Action. This is going to be a difficult fight. He has to isolate every single battle to win this, but
Oh,
he
it
does
is not
not
even one.
get the shot on XMPL either. With one single player in advance, XMPL is able to close him off, and the winner chicken dinner goes to T2K after a long time. I sustain the lead on prediction.
It's okay, Anna, because I still know that Stalwart will be on the first in terms of the overall standing. But yes, 17 points overall from this game. T2K, a well played overall game.
Make it clap.
A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently. If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava. Otherwise, you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies, so make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory.
Well, I hope your break was longer than us because I was not able to finish my coffee. But here we are back again at PMPL SA 2023. My name is Fritz. With me is going to be Ahana for the final regulation game of the day. Now we'll present you with some more statistics about this game of Sanhok, which was super close, but once again, just a little short of the prediction.
Yep. And I'm happy about that. As long as
You
your
should
prediction
be.
doesn't come true, I'm fine because I'm in the lead by the end of second week as well. So first weekend, I was in the lead of prediction. Second weekends, I'm on the lead of prediction. I am happy. And I'm also probably, God sent. Like every single time you bring up the fact that I'm cursing a team or jinxing a team because they don't win after I say the name,
That's all you.
the predictions say otherwise, buddy. The predictions say otherwise.
Okay, how many games? I would love to see the overall standings right now, but give or take 10 days, 40 games, and she gets 4 correct predictions.
Still more than you, buddy.
Don't, but I don't see. I'm not the one who curses the team. Rarely my picked up team has been eliminated before top 5.
Do you
So
remember?
it's not me,
We'll talk
it's you.
about it soon.
Yeah, well, if we talk about XMPL though, from T2K Esports, he did a great job. 3 eliminations overall for the guy, and I mean, the only reason XMPL is the MVP right now because Stalwart or DEADEYES were not able to get the chicken for themselves. Otherwise, it could have been either look at that Nirzed or maybe IC who got good number of ranks. So it's not the case. XMPL is the one. I think also on the basis of damage, this chart is all calculated. So T2K, well, they are over here, but they only had 7 frags. That's what concerns me a little bit.
That's true. The number of frags was definitely not as flashy from the side of T2K, and that will show up in their overall points. But being able to squeeze those extra 4 points of the chicken is definitely gonna be something favorable, specifically for the teams who are not gonna do that good in their elimination segment. So I'm not gonna be taking anything away from the team. But yeah, I see from Stalwart still shows up with a lot of damage with 644 on the second position on damage, and in eliminations, I guess Nirzat has already done the work for Stalwart.
That's true. Rules got 600 healing. Again, I'll keep saying that until and unless it gets removed. But it's okay. Great job done by Rules in terms of healing. But now if we talk about the match ranking overall. So Stalwart, of course, prediction, so it had to be correct. Not in terms of chicken, but at least they're out on top. Third time this has happened to me. It's all fine though. 17 points overall on the first position, followed by T2K, who even though got the chicken, the number of eliminations were not good enough, because of which they can be seen on the second spot.
Well, T2K does survive on the second spot, but if you talk about the second page, we do see teams struggling quite a lot. The maximum points on the second page are 3, and that too only through elimination. So JMEX did that, and this just does not look like a very good stat. Not for 4MB, not for DE Venom, but this week definitely went very well for Stalwart.
That's correct. This week was a really good week for Stalwart Esports. This week was a really good week for me and my guy Ansh at the Nepali desk, because we both predicted Stalwart Esports. So great job done by us too. On the other hand, Roy Esports was another team who showed us great performance. HVDC too. I mean, nobody expected HVDC to throw in such sort of a performance. Yes, they are on the third spot, but for a team to get 151 points from these 20 games and to stand on third position, where all we talk about are the Mongolian teams, it's a great job. It's a great job by HVDC.
Absolutely, like HVDC has been able to go to a good enough position for themselves, but well, ASL still stays at the bottom, JMEX still stays at the bottom, and stronger FAKELOVE. I think this is one of the teams with a huge number of chickens to their name, one even in this particular week, and still right at the bottom. Not looking very good. King of Spades, they showed a lot of promise, but now they rest with 69 points in total.
Yeah, but look at this. The spot or the fight for top 12 is still on. After, I mean, 11 teams are confirmed. IHC is going to qualify. But that 12th spot, Ahana, is still up for grab. 99 points. 99 points. Two of these teams have 99 points. And the other teams as well below them, 91, 90, 81. All these points, if they are able to just convert one chicken, they qualify for the bonus game. So that fight for the 12th spot is what I'm really excited to see. Even BITX CMF have a chance right now, who just have 75 points. But if they get a chicken and everything goes right, they will be able to qualify for at least the bonus game. So this map of Erangel gets even more interesting, and let's jump into it. I'm super excited to see this map of Erangel, a default map to bring us to Livik, which is again a very beautiful map, but it ends in 15 minutes. That's the best thing about it. Cannot wait for this map of Erangel to start now.
Well, we'll soon enough find out how this one goes, because to be very honest, there is already a huge lead between Stalwart and 4MB. There's literally a 52-point lead, to be very honest, and they are the teams that we predicted for the week. 4MB does not even play this one, so they're done for. But Stalwart literally can even surmount the number further, because the difference between Stalwart and the team at the second position is 21 points. They can actually mount that even further and become undisputed kings of this particular week. So we'll soon find out if Stalwart is able to squeeze that in. I definitely want to see them win this one, so that they're able to end the week on a bang. But on Livik, I'm definitely going to be looking for some other team to actually go ahead and acquire the stage, because a bonus match is like an extra opportunity for you to go ahead and squeeze more and more points. So at that point of time, I do not want any team from the top 3 positions of the league stage to actually get the chicken, because the more requirement is for the teams towards the bottom of it. So like teams from 12th, 11th position, I want them to actually take Livik home. But yeah, for this one, I'm gonna support your team, buddy. I will.
Okay, Stalwart Esports, huh? This is again going to be an important match for us. And I already can see all the players I've loaded on my second screen over here. So we do get the extra map fee. And we already know that the game is about to get underway. So 30 more seconds, guys, and we will be jumping into the game. I would also like to ask your predictions, guys, in the chat. We are predicting over here. Really, we do not get extra extra payment for getting correct prediction, but you can definitely get some extra happiness about predicting your team and if they're able to get that chicken. So definitely you also let us know which team you think is going to get this chicken in this final map. Let me tell you, 4MV is not playing. The team's playing SKYLIGHTZ, NBeSports, everybody except for Group A. You can already go check the groups out, so it'll be a little helpful for you to throw the predictions in. So as soon as you guys predict, I will personally look at the chat and maybe make my prediction on the basis of who you guys support. So just drop in the chat who do you think is going to win this map of Erangel, and let's just jump right into action. We'll soon be jumping into the action, and it'll be a very fun game. That's what I say. It'll be a very fun game, and NBeSports is going to be a team that I look out for because they've already given me one correct prediction today, hoping for the second one.
I am actually trying to see if there is gonna be something amazing coming inside of IAW. This team has been showing some good performances and then dropping down a lot. I do want to see if they're gonna be able to convert something great for themselves. Similar hopes for Leo and Seal as well. These two teams have been performing okay-ish, but they've still gotten a lot of improvement in their charts since the beginning. But yeah, talking about the plane path, it's gonna be going from slightly south of Novorapnoi all the way up to shooting range. Let's see how this turns out.
Okay. Now, 4MB not here, but still their drop location is. So basically, you can drop to military base if any of these teams want to. And I think Venom is the team who really want to drop earlier. But are they going towards Novorep?
I think
Do they
they're
not
going
know
towards
that
farm.
stall? Oh, okay. Yeah, Milta, Power, or maybe even Farm. Yes, that's also approachable. For a second, I thought seeing a lot of teams dropping on the southern island.
Oh,
But then
STFL
they
though.
will just distribute amongst themselves, I suppose.
STFL is going close to Novorep. Early
Military
elimination
base.
invitation is what they are trying to go for. I mean, military base or Novorep, wherever you go, you are going to be taking a fight with Stalwart Esports sooner or later, and they are going to be making sure that you get taken out. Because again, even though STFL has a huge number of chickens to the name, to be very honest, it seems like Stalwart is very much better when it comes to the gun game.
They definitely are powerful, but STFL will also probably try to just loot and play with discipline, is what I'll say. Play with discipline so that the other teams cannot force fights onto you. That should be your main objective over here. But hey, let's see how do they want to play out the entire game. If we talk about the circle is already formed, so now this is a really good circle for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Early loot for Yasnaya Polyana. You'll be able to not only enjoy it but also set it up for yourself.
Well, it seems like this early loot is definitely, something that teams can actually capitalize on. And as of now, it seems like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is in a very good position. Yasna Puryana is completely out of for their disposal. They are scattered around, will be able to capitalize on a huger number of loot to start with. But this point of beginning should be, indicating them that they have good enough area for themselves. There's no one in Solver, no one in Kamishki, no one is in Lipovka. They have a lot of clear area around them, so they can actually avoid a lot of fights, to be very honest.
Meanwhile, even the early fight has happened. And this time, ASL, they dropped 3 players into one single compound, which is not going to be enough for loot, but at least what they've got is 1 frag. Now that's a good start. Seal have already lost a player, and let's see, IHC also have a vehicle to rotate around. So it's a really good strategy, sticking together, except for that one little player who's not with them. But it's okay, it's fine. Probably they'll play together as a team and get more frags on the way.
Well, the number of frags is definitely gonna increase with time, but as of now, ASL with that 1 frag is gonna be super happy because that's generally almost all the points they're able to get in a map. But you know what? This time, let me go completely out of the way and do something completely ridiculous. Put my faith in ASL.
Okay, I mean, in the next 5 minutes, I say not even next 5 minutes. Before a producer asks for prediction, they'll be down 2 players. That's what I can assume based on the recent performances of Team ASL. But if that's not the case, hey, well, then go throw your prediction out. It really does not concern
If
me.
they have all 4 alive and they're inside the zone, I am gonna pick ASL.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see if ASL can just prove a prediction correct or not. Meanwhile, BITX CMF, all of the players are also just in one singular vehicle and trying to rotate. Are they going Primosk or Ferry Pair? I think they're going ferry pier and they'll try to loot early for themselves and then rotate off from that particular spot. But yeah, it's a good drop location for this particular site, considering that there is no one around ferry pier. But the problem is zone. You're going in the opposite direction of the zone, so hopefully you're able to rotate very quickly inside of it.
Hopefully, hopefully. The school area is still gonna be in a sheltered position, and Roy Esports is gonna have the benefit of that. But yeah, if you talk about Yasta Poliana, it's still capitalized by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. No contestation there at all. Siverni, we all know it's loved and beloved to T2K. They are surviving there for a while, and I think this team is gonna opt for a later rotation. However, scouting has already started from the side of Rick, so if he gets enough information about Stalwart, I think the team might just move in because there's a couple of vehicles that are starting off. Talking about I8W, all the way in Zarki, they do have a longer way to come forward. But it seems like King of Spades is not even going to be in their way. I think I8W is definitely going to opt towards going all the way north and then rotating from close to Siverni.
Oh, okay. IAW. Let's see. I mean, the rotations are definitely important for this team. Even I'd say for IHC KS, as you said. So all these teams have to be looked out for. On the other hand, no drop fights this time around. I wouldn't call the fact that ASL got a drop fight because it was literally against one of the SEAL players who got very unlucky, or should I say careless, because he was all alone in that particular compound, whereas his entire team went to Primorsk. So call it whatever you want, but the early fight I think might just break out between the players of team DRS and ASL.
Okay, I think it's about time my prediction gets destroyed. But let's figure out. Let's figure out soon enough. Nora Bridge is somewhere that Stalwart Esports will be rotating from, obviously, right? But once they start moving in, they're going to be creating even more problem for the side of ASL, to be very honest. And if you take a look at where DE Venom is, they have a lot of area under control and are going to have an easy time surviving in this position. I'm slightly worried about the rotation for the side of Bad Intentions because even though they're the team on the forefront of it, once they move in, I think Stronger Fake Love as well as Seal will have a clear shot onto them. And considering the way their gunfights go, I don't think they are going to be able to, put themselves in a place of victory in that. So that's about it. I mean, I'm being super harsh to a lot of teams, but then they've given me reason to be.
Okay. It's all right though. I mean, just putting our view out on the entire game, huh? So it's all good. Although still waiting for that early first fight to happen. I think STR is the one who gets a little bit of a frag for themselves, where Rifa spots down one of the players trying to rotate and punishes him for it. Now, these are the bridge camp that I was earlier talking about. It was attempted over here by the other team around, but STFL were the stronger ones out, and BIT, they are being just beaten apart over here. The first frag does not go their way and have to play the rest of the game with 3 players surviving.
Well, having to play the rest of the game with only 3 is going to be slightly difficult, considering Erangel is one of those maps where things generally go as planned for most of the teams. And if the plan does not get disturbed much, it's going to be difficult. But wait a second. Okay, never mind. Let me just retract from that conversation and come back to this fight. Okay, throwables being used from the side of STFL, but none of them landing onto the players of BITX. But one gets knocked, and now he's going to get eliminated. However, the fire has been caught onto Dobu as well.
So Dobo also gets taken down, and yes, STFL, they get that second. Dobo takes down a player. I think that just confirms that frag and is able to help his team get 2 early points. Now, I still do not understand why did DRS CMF cross the bridge in that fashion.
Yep.
But hey, they did that and they are punished for it, and now we'll have to play with just the 2 players. Now, T2K, we were talking about them going towards Stolber. But once we have the mini-map, we'll see that they are not around Stolber. They are on the northern part of Yasnaya Polyana and are now moving inside the new circle, which once again forms around the region of prison.
Yep, and luckily, Stalwart Esports find themselves literally inside the circle. They went ahead, captured the center of the bigger circle, and now the new circle still supports their position. As of now, if you talk about IW, I'm pretty scared. They are all the way towards shooting range, and they are taking the rotation that we suspected, but it's pretty late into the game for that rotation to come in. I mean, at this point of time, you could have literally just marched right into the circle from the shortest distance possible, but they choose to go their way. So you do you, I guess that's gonna work out at some point of time. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, King of Spades hardly making it in. Gonna have a hard time once they try to go back into the circle. If they go from towards Yasna Poliana, T2K is gonna be there. If they go from slightly south, Raw Esports and IHC will be there. And no matter where you go, because the center of the circle has been acquired by them, Stalwart Esports will always be there. And look at them with their gunpowder, already trying to showcase their prowess and possibly even taking the third party fruit away from DRS and NBeSports. Oh yes, the bullets coming.
Oh, but look at the trades happening over here. They all are favoring DRS because Sekojin are tagged up quite a bit and will be third party. So it is IC from Stalwart who is able to get that frag and NB the first one to fall. DRS are also not looking in a good spot. And I think Stalwart have realized this, wanted to go for a third party, but they themselves get shot upon by DE Venom.
Why does it look like Sanhok for a second? Like every single team is coming on to every other team. This literally fight went from two to third party to fourth party, and if T2K were brave enough to actually go ahead and invest in it, it could have actually become like a fourth, fifth party as well. Well, they do participate, but towards ASL, so that's not gonna be one to count in the game. But yeah, Stalwart Esports still survives because D Venom for some reason withdraw from the fight and now do not have a very clear shot onto Stalwart Esports players. However, this did make possible for the side of DRS to still make it through by surviving slightly. And in the meanwhile, DE Venom has attracted a lot of fancy towards ASL, making them suffer a little more. So, thankfully, the prediction did not show up just yet. So, I'm not going to be picking ASL now that their players are dead.
Oh, but meanwhile, look at it. JN, he's able to get good shots connected onto one of his opponent team, ASL. Chari, though, without resetting, has already decided to rotate. IC finally fires back up onto the D Venom guy who was able to get that one knock and ruin the timing that the players of Stalwart had on the players of Team DRS and will be able to take sort of a little revenge. But then again, Stalwart, they are hoping to just have a dip under their control and play around it, around this area of prison. So it's a good call. It's a good area to have. But let's see how do they continue in the game.
Well, the continuation is what every single team is looking for because the start definitely goes good enough, but then being able to close it well is where teams struggle a lot. Now, ASL has been able to recover their players for some reason. I mean, it was a 2-2 split. Both the players from the same split were taken down. Still, no confirmation came in, and ASL just, took the opportunity, went ahead, recovered the players. I mean, it's very lucky for them that they were able to actually go ahead and do this. But then what's the rest of the teams doing? Like, have the teams accepted that ASL is not a threat at all? That they do not even care to go ahead and finish the point? Like, they were knocked for so long, Fritz. They were knocked for so long.
Third party is what they were fearing. That's why they did not push in because they know in zones like these now, shelter especially. So shelter prison is an area where you have a lot of corners, a lot of hilly areas where players could hide. So that's where you do not want to go in and get the frags and get the job done because you know that third party is imminent. So that's why they did not go in because for them it's a third party, right? They say, for example, push in, get all the frags for themselves, but in the process they get one knock. Now that knock play will be finished off by a third team and you will be left with 3 remaining players. So that's the situation they were trying to avoid, I suppose. But now is the time for another prediction, Han. I'll give you the first opportunity to predict a team. Who do you think is going to get the chicken?
I mean, if I stick to my words, I'll have to go for ASL because they're all inside the circle. All 4 players are alive. That's what I said at the beginning of the game. But if I was to choose someone depending on the way the map looks, this time I really would go for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
SKYLIGHTZ?
Yes.
Okay. SKYLIGHTZ is your choice. They just pop in the kill feed with Giro taking one of the players down. But it's okay. I'll go with Stalwart Esports though. Center of the zone. A position from where you literally cannot get third party. If the zone supports you, Stalwart game to win. So it should be the prediction number should also go to 4 with this particular game. But hey, let's see. ASL though this time around, they are in a tough spot, but we'll have to see how do they rotate. I mean, they are inside the zone for once, so that should not be a matter of concern for them. And the shots that are coming in from D Venom are also from very far away. So ASL can really focus on the other part of the map, maybe call it clear, and then try to rotate a little bit deeper inside the zone, I'd say.
I mean, they could try doing all that, and yes, that will be beneficial for the team. But then, if they lose gunfights, there's no point of any of that to happen and actually, result in a better thing. Like, yeah, they can go ahead, take the advantage, but will they win? I don't think so. But in the meanwhile, though, let's take a look at the rest of the map. It's like a very open area towards the bottom of Stalwart Esports position, and the circle hasn't supported Stalwart. This what? Okay, this is looking very I8 favorable. Circle, to be very honest. Like IWO is all the way in Lipovka. They're gonna have an easy time entering the circle. Also, they have no contestation there whatsoever. Mabetex is there, but Mabetex has not had momentum all week, so nothing to worry about. Oh no. No fear. No fear gets knocked upon. This is okay. He survives. He survives.
in.
And now Raw Esports players are in a lot of danger.
Yeah, but the counter knock is there. Malik though gets taken down. The counter trades are also really good for the players of Team Skylight. But the problem is how do you get that revival onto No Fear? And No Fear is a very valuable player for their team.
That's
So
true.
you'll have to be careful about how do you approach this revival. On the other hand, Mr. Boro survives. So Mr. Boro could be the one pushing in, getting that revival and getting the job done. Meanwhile, IHC in this battle, he tried to run over one of his opponent players of ASL, but was not able to do it. At least gives away the position of his opponent. So now let's see if IHC is able to capitalize on that or not.
Well, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming definitely did not really have the best of the fight. They are surviving, but not with all their players, as far as I can see. But T2K, in the meanwhile, is able to go ahead alone. But wait a second, ASL finally winning a fight. Good for them. Good for them. I mean, they did have 10 frags today in one game, so I'm not gonna take much away from the team. But winning is something that they really cannot dream of as of now. And trying to topple back into the top 12 is again something that they cannot live upon. So they're just gonna confirm the kill, probably find a few more meds, and yeah, that's what he was looking for. Gangsta does find it, but survival is not gonna take him much far because it's still only 2 in the number of defeats.
Plus, you also have to move inside the zone. So,
Yep.
prioritizing the zone is also going to be another thing that they'll have to do. Now, Stalwarts is taking a little bit of, dealing a little bit of damage onto the players of Team T2K. But as soon as they get themselves inside the vehicle, well, that's when all the damage stops. And T2K is also trying to find a good position inside the zone. Where do they stop? I think around these containers would be really good. Because you can make cover from one direction, throw some smokes from the other one, and then you have the internal containers available to your use as well. So all these things will help T2K to be in this spot. But in the meanwhile, DE Venom have been able to take down the remaining 2 players. Regla gone. Jane gets a good nade onto one of the BIT players and get that knock onto him. The revival is also not possible considering the other player is across the road.
That's true, but surprise, surprise, all the players from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are alive. I haven't jinxed anyone, but one gets knocked. But the revival is going to be possible if it's done before the zone closes in. So let's see if No Fear is going to be taken back up on ground because the rest of the team is slightly away from him. In the meanwhile, though, T2K is going to continue barraging nades onto 90 degree, but none of them are giving a 3rd degree treatment to him just yet. So let's see how this goes because BIT right now does survive with one single player. However, he does seem to be in a position of safety as of now, but soon enough will be taken down because the moment you walk out of there, you're done for. In the meanwhile, No Fear got taken down and SKYLIGHTZ now survives with 3. They've lost their most essential one. That means they will have to play slightly passive.
That's a really good nade. Bounces right inside the shack and is able to take down IC. Now, DRS, do they capitalize on this? That's the biggest question over here. A run over is attempted and also achieved. Rules with a good run over will also be able to confirm that frag. Now, IC also out of the game. So, the remaining 2 players of Stalwart are the only ones surviving. But what a good start for DRS. They were looking very very shy in terms of the points that they had. But suddenly 4 frags, all 4 players surviving. They can still very well make it in top 12. They at least have a chance to make it in.
They sure do, they sure do. But well, ASL will get eliminated in the process. Venom DE takes care of the last one. And now we see Leo being there trying to take a fight with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but they're super separated, so that's not going to be a problem. Mabetex Esports taking care of IAWO will make things easier for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming itself, and they will be able to acquire some third party frags to their hands too. However, Mabetex hasn't lost much HP in this fight, which makes it slightly difficult for the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming to actually go ahead and acquire this spot, because right now in this particular circle, Mabetex seems to be having a great position to their hands. And SKYLIGHTZ is being chased by Yetauta, so they do gotta make sure that they're able to cover themselves in a place where they can, survive and sustain themselves, unless they're able to take care of Leo Esports, because Leo is definitely chasing and now is finally deciding to fall back. So good for SKYLIGHTZ.
Jane, on the other hand, STRFL is the team he is aiming for, and he is getting those knocks too. PITX CMF, I mean, ambitious nades, but they would not connect because the player is a little bit too far away of STFL. So unless Degree tosses a perfectly cooked nade, I don't see a way STFL in trouble, because Degree cannot climb up in this sort of a terrain. So he is essentially out of the game once again. And another similar game to what we saw in the previous map of Erangel. Meanwhile, SKYLIGHTZ is also facing a little bit of a trouble. Nima is down on the ground. Mr. Boro and Mafia Ninja are the only 2-1 standing. Yetauta, though, has been completely taken away from the game. So Leo Esports also not in a good spot.
Exactly, they lose one of their most essential players, and once the revival comes in, I think Nima will be able to support the team to get Liquid off as well. And aware of that, Liquid tries to move away from the contested fight. Now, Mabetex still has the great enough spot for themselves, but soon enough, in like half a minute, we will see the circle close in on them, and they will have to move around, because I don't think the circle is going to be supporting the complete edge of it just yet. So Mabetex will be in trouble, and once they start trying to move around, they will be targeted by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has the advantage of height here. Alongside, they do have equal number of players as Mabetex itself. Now, the only team surviving with all force is going to be stronger FAKELOVE, but then the position this team has does not make me very confident onto their victory. That means it's going to be an equal fight for SKYLIGHTZ even after losing a player.
Oh, there are nades being tossed over here by the players of Team DRS. And now Stalwart, they will be in trouble. They'll have to get away from the nades. They do not, and Killer lands a good 1-on-2 action. He himself is being bombarded, but he does not care. He tosses another one. This is the last nade that he had, and this would not burst. So Stalwart will still survive, get the revival, and fight it against Killer. It's a 1v2 now. The shotgun is out, and Killer will be traded out by action. 1 HP is all that was left, but Stalwart will survive to see another day.
Well, they will survive to see another day, but how far? Because it seems like just a couple of players stay online, and that's not going to be enough. Plus, they're not inside the circle. Plus, Leo is mounting onto them. Seal will take care of a couple, so it's not looking very good for Stalwart. But well, in the meanwhile, STRFL does have a great opportunity to take care of Seal, and well, just as I say, Stalwart gets taken out. But yeah, STFL do look promising right now with 6 strikes to the name, but I'm still very, pessimistic about their position on the map. What do you think, Fritz? Staying all the way onto the shore while a slight region of the upper edge still survives onto the zone, will they be able to take this home?
I mean, they should, because all these teams now on the northern side will fight it amongst themselves. So the only main problem that they'll have to face will be with this sort of a sandwich situation between KS and T2K. Plus, King of Spades is not even on the ground right now to shoot. So it's basically only T2K that they'll have to worry about. And meanwhile, there is a counter knock from XMPL, but right now T2K is focusing on the revival rather than pushing in. That means XMPL and that means T2K will be in a 2v4. That is also done for. STFL will have complete shore control, and unless Leo can do something about it, maybe get a knock or two. Before that, I don't see a way for them to get back inside, or some other team snatching away a chicken from their hands.
Well, in the meanwhile, we do see Mabetex getting taken down completely. Now, SCFL definitely looks strong. They are trying to relocate themselves as well. It seems like one of the games where they can actually, have an impact. But T2K, the positioning on XMPL makes me slightly scared for SCFL. He's completely hidden. He's completely, in protected zone and tries to toss a couple nades. But wait a second, Senor. Senor is gonna be a spoil sport for T2K. It's done for. XMPL might not make it through.
But the third party.
Yes, the third party.
King of Spades comes in from behind. Dobu gets the counter knock onto Naruto, but this activates XMPL.
Oh, wow.
This is the only problem that STFL had in their entire positioning that there was. And T2K make the most out of it. Get all the knocks, and now are also confirming everyone. STFL guys, a third party will eliminate them out of the game. And suddenly, the numbers for Leo and the numbers for SKYLIGHTZ bring their chances of getting the chicken dinner back up.
Now it seems like it's gonna be a slightly difficult fight for King of Spades. The rest of the teams all look good enough because King of Spades do have Deathstorm all the way down in the water. Naruto still sticking on to very little cover to himself. The circle supports them though. What? Okay, never mind. Does not matter. One player gets taken out, one player is inside water. SKYLIGHTZ has all the advantage of the circle, and in trying to attempt to go inside the circle, T2K will be fighting off with Leo, and that's gonna give a great enough position for SKYLIGHTZ to make a third party move. Beautiful.
Haha. SKYLIGHTZ, Nima and Boro versus Jane and XMPL, because Leo anyways have 3 players surviving. And the stage number 7 will see no movement. We'll see no knocks coming in unless there's a mistake being thrown in from either of these teams. Because they all have cover. One of the teams, okay, never mind. I thought Leo was inside the zone, but Leo isn't. So Leo will have to move in the zone. Deathstorm has already been spotted down by Jane, so some shots are being taken by him. But now how does Leo make their way inside the zone? All 3 players with the buggies trying to get in. One of the players stops behind, the other 2 just keep rushing in. The double stack is there, but both of them get knocked out. And Jane will clean up shop with a little bit help from Nima. T2K, XMPL is down. So it all falls down to Jane. That Storm also falls in the process. And King of Spades are eliminated. SKYLIGHTZ really will have a chance over here. Will they be able to get this game in a 1v2 versus Jane? Let's see. Jane right now wants to isolate these duels, but does not know that Boro is on the left hand side.
Boro might be able to acquire himself a flank position into this particular fight because he's coming from a very unexpected angle. And as you said, because Jane would try to isolate the fights, he would also assume that SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is coming in together. It's going to be a double peak coming in from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. That's what he's expecting and that's what he's prepared for, which is not going to be a very fruitful situation because it seems like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is slowly and silently approaching from 2 different angles, both at 90 degrees of each other, which is a player from Bad Intentions who could not really do much. But the intentions on SKYLIGHTZ Gaming right now look really bad for Jane.
The only advantage that Jane has is the cover of a tree, because of which at least Mr. Boro will not be able to spot him down, but he's not expecting Mr. Boro to be on the left hand side. Now does Boro give away his position? But I think he knows he has to check the tree. He has a perfect angle onto Jane. Jane is unwise to it, and I think he will be spotted. Oh, he sits up. That's even better confirmation. No, Boro stands, Boro shoots, and SKYLIGHTZ get the chicken dinner. Another perfect prediction, Anna.
Well, I mean, yes, with that winner chicken dinner, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming put me on top of prediction game one more time with 5 for me, 2 for you, 3 for you. Good try, nice try. But yeah, I mean, this was a great victory coming in with 10 total eliminations. The team finds themselves with 20 total points, putting themselves on the 3rd position overall. So for this week, I feel like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming did a great enough job. They were able to close every single week at a very good point. They were able to climb back the last week as well towards the last by placing themselves in top 5 at the end of the week. And even right now, they have placed themselves in top 3 at the overall rank at least. So yeah, I mean, impressed. This team is slowly and steadily climbing up. After No Fear was taken down, I did not think this would happen. But what do you know? The rest of the team was just as good.
Yeah, well, SKYLIGHTZ, numbers against them, but Leo said let's make a very bad play in the game and let's just get Don't know what was that. I mean, both the players lost most of their HP while exiting the vehicle. I still do not understand. There's a little simple little hack that I found, what I'd say 1 year, 1.5 years ago, to not take any sort of damage. When you want to exit the vehicle, change seat first. So that will throw off your opponent even more because he would be first of all shooting at the driver. You change seat instantly, you go back, then you exit, then you instantly exit. So even if the vehicle is at full speed, you will get 10 to 15% of the damage. That's a small little hack that I know, but I've seen a lot of players just trying to exit the vehicle and taking a lot of damage onto themselves. That's the reason Leo lost the game, but nothing taken away from T2K. Jane held his knock. Jane got both the necessary knocks and is the MVP of the game too.
Exactly, 912 damage on the guy. He's been doing great. 6 eliminations in total, 5 knocks as well, with 1 assist coming in. I mean, he outperformed himself quite a bit, and T2K somehow will find themselves close to the top right now. But yeah, if we talk about the top players, Nima will find himself in here. I mean, SKYLIGHTZ generally has a representative from their side, but it's generally no fear. But this time, Nima will take the throne.
Yeah, good job done by all these players over here. Jane with 6, Nima with 6, Reefers 4, Volley 4, XMPL 3. But T2K overall, I mean, I'd love to see, I think 10 frags, right, is what they had, 20 points overall. So that's a good game for T2K.
SKYLIGHTZ
Oh, sorry, yeah, SKYLIGHTZ, yes, SKYLIGHTZ. So that's a good game for SKYLIGHTZ. Will help them in the overall standing. So we'll have a look at that. I'm excited to see where do they stand right now. But yeah, the major battle for the top 12 is still going on. Now has ended though. Did we see a bottom team perform? I think DRS was there. So we'll have to see if DRS qualify for the top 12 or not. But if we talk about the match summary, highest elimination for Nima, Jane with the damage, DRS with the assist, and most killing done from Nima of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
Well, Nima from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming in most eliminations, most healing. So definitely he was taking very active duels for himself and was getting a lot of damage dealt onto himself as well. But somehow still sustained, still survived. I mean, I would contribute that all to the kudos of supporting fire coming in from the team for making sure that the player is always overlooked on. And now this somehow makes a little bit of sense seeing highest healing done. But well, just for this one single time, okay? I'm not supporting this stat, but yeah. In this particular time, it showed some benefit. But yeah, match rankings up, and I think it's beautiful the way SKYLIGHTZ played this.
Yep, 20 points overall, T2K. The only difference is between coming first and coming second between T2K and SKYLIGHTZ, because both of these teams have the exact same number of elimination. Meanwhile, STFL following them with 9 points, still cannot qualify for the bonus game. Leo with 8, King of Spades with 8, Stalwart with 7. So a game where they could have really used the advantage that they had in the overall standings, of course, to beat the players of Team 4FV. They still will be up on top, but again, the difference will be about of 10 points, I believe.
That's true. Stalwart Esports will definitely be able to shake that down and sustain your weekly prediction overall until Livik changes everything. That's something, because I still think 4MV is going to be able to play Livik. But yeah, I mean, I'm very impressed by the performance of ASL this time, even though they do not have the kind of eliminations that they wanted that we wanted from them, because like the kind of eliminations they get are very cheeky, but they still find themselves on a single digit rank. That's good. I mean, yeah, that's more than what I expected from the team.
Yeah, better than 16th is what you're saying. So that really makes a lot of sense. But on the other hand, NB Raw, we had great expectations from, got no points at all from this game. So all these teams did fall a little bit short. But now let's have a look at the overall standings before we head on to the bonus game. So we have Stalwart on top. This is the overall weekly ranking, guys, to clear everything out. So Stalwart is on top, 189 points. Raw, 28 points away. So basically you need what, 18 frags and a chicken from this game for Raw to topple them off. Yeah, that's not happening. Considering only 12 teams will play, getting 18 frags is not going to be possible for Raw Esports. SKYLIGHTZ have 154. So SKYLIGHTZ is anyways out of the race for that top spot. It's only between Stalwart Esports and Raw Esports a little bit, I'd say. But in HVDC, T2K, every one of these teams did a good job. But here we go. DRS barely make it. And INC, they fall a little bit short. 99 points is what they're able to get from this game, from this overall week, and they just fall short by 5 points to enter into the bonus game.
IHC is the STRFL of second week because same thing happened to STRFL in the first week. They had two chickens and still didn't make it into top 12, and same thing can be said for IHC. But yeah, I mean, these teams, I do want to see them at least make it to the bonus game of the third week because that's the least I can expect from them. The only team I'm very disappointed could not make it to top 12 is DEADEYES guys, and the only team I'm disappointed made it to top 12 is Mabetex Esports. Like, I have no fear saying that, but yeah, did not expect Mabetex to make it. Did not expect DEADEYES guys to not make it into top 12 this time.
Ooh, but here is how the entire day has gone till now. We had Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, Arena, Sanhok, and Erangel, where we did see repeated winnings coming in for the side of Team SKYLIGHTZ. So both these Erangel games, I'd say, were won by the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and that's a great thing for SKYLIGHTZ, man. They've been performing consistently. They've been getting those chicken dinners for themselves, and they are really looking strong right now.
They sure are. They sure are. And I mean, I wouldn't shy away to say that this team has a lot of potential that can be delivered. However, I do feel like even though the last game was won without No Fear, I do feel like No Fear does the major heavy lifting for the team. And the
Yes.
rest of the team, if they stepped up, it would be a much better position that SKYLIGHTZ would find themselves in. I'm not asking for chickens every game, but you could have a much more consistent performance like 4MV did in the first week if your rest of the team was also able to capitalize on frags as much as No Fear himself does. Like, this particular game, the whole team had 10 frags in total, right?
Yes.
And you and I both know we have seen No Fear be the only person in all of lobby who, when he was the MVP, had 10 frags in total.
So that's
like-
that's correct.
Yeah, so like, I mean, the rest of the team does have to match up to his level, at least come to like 70% of it. And once that is done,
Yes.
I think this team will have a very consistent run. And maybe if it happens in the next day, we might see a complete SKYLIGHTZ Gaming dominated week.
Okay. SKYLIGHTZ domination is what you're expecting, huh? Well, we'll have to wait for that till Tuesday because tomorrow will be an off day. Teams will be given a little bit of a rest before week number 3 starts. But yes, it was a fun game of Erangel. But Livik is what I'm still waiting for. So any updates as soon as we get it, we'll definitely relay it to you guys as well about that particular map. But we all know that top 12 teams, probably the lobby is being prepared, and then we'll be jumping into the game very very soon. But yes, the previous time we saw Livik Kahana, it was a fun map. All the teams dropped in all different areas, all different locations, and they played all in different ways too. So this time around, there'll be some different teams. DRS is there. Were DRS there in the previous time?
I don't think so. I don't think they made it.
So this is their first bonus game.
I think so.
So they will have a chance over here to get some extra points for themselves this time around.
Yep.
To maybe carry it forward in the grand finals. Because I think in overall standings, they still are able to, get into top 16. So this definitely is going to be a very fun thing to see, a very fun map to witness. Last time who won it? I cannot remember. Was it SKYLIGHTZ? They won it, right?
Me neither. I think SKYLIGHTZ was
okay.
second. I am not exactly sure, but like the zone shift happened in the favor of the other team. If I am correct, it was Seal that won the last game. If I'm
okay.
correct, I'm not completely sure. But yeah, I'm not completely sure still.
I mean, if Seal won it, then definitely Seal will be based, I'd say, because I think they did not make it to top 12.
Yeah,
they were eliminated. So bad thing for Seal that they had a chance of getting more than 20 points from this game, but they're not even there to attempt for that particular thing to happen. But yes, it'll be a fun one. Would love to see how does this particular map of Livik pan out. Really looking forward to Stalwart's performance because
Yes.
Roy Sport, even though they will play, but getting those 22 points overall is not going to be easy at all. 28 points, sorry, yes. 28 points overall to match the number that Stalwart had, and then expect Stalwart to be eliminated on or before 8th spot without any frags. There's a lot of ifs and buts in the process, but still possible.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, I mean, I am still looking forward to how the rivalry between Stalwart and 4MV pans out into this one because 4MV somehow still managed to get into the top 12. I mean, if yesterday didn't go the way it did, they would have probably slipped out of the bonus match, but they make it. And if they are able to perform well in this one, obviously they can't topple the weekly standings at all whatsoever, but they might have a shot at the league standings. So this is something they can, turn around and probably, maintain the crown of being at top at the end of second week, not in the weekly, but in the overall league stages. We'll see if that happens. We'll see, because that distance is still much smaller than that between Stalwart
Yes.
and Roy Sports in the weekly. So that's something I'm really not hoping to see. And if let's say hypothetically 4MB wanted to topple Stalwart in this particular one, they had a difference of 56 in total.
Not happening.
They would need to make sure that they frag out every single person
Still
and then
not
get the
possible.
chicken. They would still fall short of 2 points.
Yes.
They cannot do this.
That's
They cannot.
impossible. That's
Yeah.
literally impossible, because somewhere or the other some fights will happen which will not go. Which, I mean,
Even if they take
yeah,
all
just
players, they
not
can't
possible.
win.
Yeah, that's just take 2 of their own players. Does not add
But
to
that
points,
doesn't
okay.
get added to their own.
Yeah,
kill
that does
feed.
not get to the points. So
Yeah.
that's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate for 4MB. I believe if there was something like, guys, if I make our weaker team if I make the weaker player the captain of the team, could you give us double points or something like that? If that could have happened, it could have been fun. But yeah,
Or
it's
maybe
not
they
possible.
could ask for an alteration into the overall, point system and be like,
Okay,
if
now-
one team takes down every
That-
other team, then you give them 5 extra points.
Okay. I mean,
But yeah, this
at
is
that time
very
it could have been a possibility.
hypothetical. I don't
I
know
know.
why we're even talking about this. Maybe just to have a conversation that is outside of all the stress zone where all the players are right now. Because
Uh-huh.
of music.
I mean, the players are taking their time to join the lobby. But I know I've got that little screen that I told you guys previously about it. So we've got that
Yes, the
information
map
that the game will be starting in the next 3 minutes. So bear with us till then. But it will be a fun game, Livik. Would love to see the IC part this time around, because the last time I think so one of the teams did go towards the IC parts on the northern part of Livik, I'd say. But the fights were not there. The fights did not happen. So this will be the very first time if you do see more than one teams going into that particular area. The team differences was also something I'm looking forward to. So the teams that did not play the bonus game earlier, how do they perform this time around? Because this will be their first time playing Livik. And Monster Truck is also a part of this Livik. Plus, there are so many different guns. I thought there was only 1 or 2 different guns that I'd see, P90 being one of the additions. But I saw multiple. Even some DMRs and assault rifles were different than normal.
Exactly. Livik provides a plethora of things, and I mean, it's accumulation of almost every best part of every other map, which puts it in a very, what do you say, subtle position. I mean, I would
Okay.
enjoy playing Livik because it's a mix of all the maps to begin with, and then it's also very pretty, like having the best
Yeah,
parts
that's
of all
true.
the maps come together. But yeah, we do gotta see how the teams are gonna be picking their own position, and maybe find themselves in the best circular as well, because again, this is a tiny map, guys. This is a tiny
Yes.
map. It's what, 2x2 if I'm right?
I'll have to check VLR for that, because last time, oh yes, thank you for reminding me, Anna. Last time I gave you the wrong dimensions of Miramar.
Yes, it's
So-
8x8.
Yeah, but I thought
Yeah.
it was 11 by 11. So I
It's
think
alright, happens.
my knowledge is way past of what it should have been. I know the game in our region was not available for a few days. I think some updates were
For a
pushed
few
in
days,
during
it's
that.
just a long time, bro.
Yeah, but could be counted in days. So I'm taking the lower parametric to
I
not
see.
make. Yeah, so it's okay though. But yes, some updates maybe, or maybe I'm just a bad person to remember statistics
think-
about.
I think the difference between Erangel and Miramar is only, like, they both are 8x8 maps, but the
Uh-huh.
difference is that Erangel is 60-40 ratio and Miramar is 80-20. Or maybe Erangel is
Ooh,
70-30.
okay.
I'm not completely sure of the ratio in water and land in Erangel. It's probably 60-40 or 80-30. But, 70-30. And in Miramar, it's definitely 80-20. So that's the reason it appears to be a much bigger map than it is, because it's literally the equal size
Okay.
of Erangel.
I also had a conversation with one of my friends who used to play this game. He still plays the game. So he told me that Miramar is 11 by 11 on the map, like all the big ridges on the edges, which you cannot climb. I don't know if you
I-
noticed that or not.
I don't think
After
it
that,
is
playable
that
area is
way.
8 by 8. I don't know if he's correct or not. I mean,
No,
chat
so
could
here's
correct me
the
if I'm
thing.
wrong.
When we look at the map, we generally get the coordinates on top and on left. So
Okay.
those coordinates, like, they keep the first coordinate completely empty, but the second one is B, C, D, E, F, G, and
Okay.
then G and H. So it's up to H on the upper edge, and on the lower edge
Uh-huh.
it starts from J. So it is 8x8. Like, you could
Oh,
actually
okay.
count those coordinates. They all represent
Mhm.
1 kilometer each. So
All right, fun thing to know. But yes, Livik is way smaller. That's what
That's
I'm
true.
sure about. Livik is way smaller, probably equal to Hacienda del Petron and San Martin. Could be wrong. Just throwing a guess in the air. A very small map is what I'm trying to tell you guys.
It's 1
You
upon
probably will
16th.
be. Yeah, you'll probably be shot from a watchtower up in the Vikendi region all the way down to Miramar. So anything can happen on this map is what I feel like. So this is definitely going to be a map where it'll be a fun one.
Absolutely. I mean, it's in essence the longest distance between 2 points in Livik is 2 kilometers. So it's not
Okay.
that far away. Unless you went on the diagonal, then it would be 2 root 2. 2 root 2. Now I don't know how to put that in a decimal number.
I get
Root
it.
2 is is a number which has infinite decimal points going forward. So yeah, 2 root 2 or 2. So that's very close, to be very honest.
I was super bad at maths, so don't even tell me about that. I barely passed, so I don't even know how to calculate these roots and stuff like that. Surprisingly, I still studied it through class 12. Barely passed, as I said, but I don't know. So don't tell me about maths. I don't even know basic multiplication and division properly. So roots are
I've
very
been
difficult
very
for me
good
to
at
understand.
I've been very good at math for a really long time. Like in my
Oh,
class
okay.
12, like when I was in class 12, I used to teach the kids from college second year because like my
Yeah.
math was that advanced.
All right,
And
but
they
it's
did good
fun.
in
It's
college.
fun to
They
see.
didn't fail.
It's fun to see a guy like a girl like you sitting with a guy like me. No. I mean, does not even matter where the maths took us, right? It took us to PMPL SA.
Yes,
No one would have ever
it brought us
believed
at the
it.
same
So,
exact stage. Yeah.
and now we also do not need to do the addition and multiplication in terms of points table. That's done by
I mean,
Echo
I do
Boy and
that
his
all the
team.
time.
You can do it, but it does not matter.
Yeah,
You
that's true.
nobody listens to you. So that really does not matter to what
I
you do in
didn't
your
ask
head
for
or
that
not.
word, but okay.
I mean, just a little piece of information because you said you did, and it really does not matter because at the end of the day, everyone is waiting for the game to begin, right? And after
Yeah.
that game, we'll have the points table. People are excited for the living game. I'm excited for the overall points table. I want to see how many points does Team Stalwart Esports have that goes against the lead of 4MV. So 4MV Stalwart, they'll again compete in this game because they both were in top 12. And now this time around, when we have both these teams playing, if the lead is about 20 points, it can still be covered. Will be a difficult thing to do, but still can be covered by 4MV to in the overall standings to come out on top. Now, if
That's
that's the
true.
case or not, we'll have to see it about after the game.
We'll soon find out. We'll soon find out. And yeah, I mean, if wait a second. But yeah, in any case, the bonus points for 4MV are not gonna go very far away. They can
Oh,
probably
yes.
still try to topple a couple of teams because there's not much distance between 4MV and the team above them and the team above them. I'm not exactly remembering the names, but there's 3 teams who are in very low distance from each other. They can
Yes.
definitely place themselves on, I guess, 4th or 5th position easily if they perform well in Livik, and that's gonna do a lot of good for them because that's gonna mean 3 extra positions, 3 extra points, and 3 extra points added to the 20 that they have from week 1 would make it a good enough position for them. Good enough.
Well, the players are finally, thank God, loaded into the server, and we will be jumping into the game very, very soon, guys. So, yeah, Livik, I already see some northern-sided map that I was talking about. I see Iceborg, I believe.
Yes.
Rose Farm. Oh, Rose Farm seems nice.
But I don't see any
do
roses in
spawn?
there. I see, yeah, I don't think roses grow in ice.
Ah, okay. Yeah, well, not
The
good at
only-
any of these things. So,
The only red we're gonna see in Rose Farm is other players bleeding out.
or maybe even green, if the players have said that.
Yeah.
In terms of the blood drought animation. But yeah, well, let's jump into the game. Another one of the maps where plane path really does not matter because you can drop even to hold us in this particular plane path. So the players will be slowly and steadily dropping in. No early drop clashes. All the northern cities being already occupied. So we have Mabetex, we have NBeSports on the northern cities. Even Venom, not towards the IC region though. They are in a very dry, not dry, but I'd say green lush of a state city. So Venom will have that beautiful area to loot around. Stalwart once again just closing eyes, jumping in the middle of the map. They just like to do that. They like to do that on the map of Sanhok. They like to do
Yep.
that sometimes on the map of Erangel too. but that was way before when Pochinki used to be completely empty. But this time around, we had a HDC going over there. But meanwhile,
Oh,
Power Plant is
nice.
where the first fight is. DRS versus T2K.
Well, DRS already capitalizing on this battle as of now. They have one frag point to themselves, but they're very close to Leo as well. I mean, considering this map is one fourth of what Sanhok is, every single fight is gonna be an invitation to the rest of them, and every single kill feed is gonna be, an invitation for the other teams to actually go ahead and try to capitalize onto the third party situation. But yeah, as of now, it does seem like DRS is capitalizing quite a bit onto this fight against T2K, and considering they're inside a building, they are going to have an easier time avoiding third parties. So that's good for the team as of now. So power plant definitely seems to be a good enough position. But yeah, if you talk about the rest of the teams, we can see raw officials being way too far away from each other, way too much area under their control, and same for NBeSports. But uh, sorry, same for Mabetex Esports. But both these teams are literally way far from the sun.
Would love to see a 4MV third party in that fight for DRS.
Yes.
And if that happens, it would be lovely. But meanwhile, Jane spots the player of Leo and takes him down. Ietauda was a little bit concerned about, guys, what's happening around there. Jane shows exactly what's happening around there, and he gets that easy frag onto Ietauda. The confirmation is also coming in very soon. So even though the start was not that great for T2K, but they just start proning in and they just start trying to survive in this game now.
Well, now that they've already gotten a knock, the problem is that they cannot go ahead and confirm it. In the meanwhile, Rig gets knocked as well, and now the revival for Rig will come in. It's not difficult to revive being in such a protected area, but definitely if a couple of nades were to throw in, they would be in a lot of trouble. Now, 4MV will definitely capitalize on this free frag presented to them in the form of Liquid, and Liquid will just get spilled out completely.
Killer for now though is just holding his area and hoping for a player of team Leo to overpeak and maybe get that frag. On the other hand, Stalwart also starting off the battle, getting that knockout to the player of team Sail and even confirming it out.
Well, we'll find out if Seal will be taking this map as good as they did the last one. But as of now, Stalwart is definitely capitalizing on the situation, and being in the center of the whole map, they have found themselves inside the circle as well, for obvious reasons. But soon enough, I think they are going to be marching in towards the very hot zone, which has been created near DRS, Leo, and 4MV, which will be scary for the side of 4MV because 4MV's momentum hasn't been as good as usual.
4MV, yes, that's true. But the early point will definitely help their cause. Although they will be running into two different teams if they decide to rotate now. But this is the very first zone, so most of the teams should get themselves inside one by one. Leo have lost two players. Well, okay, they just lost two players to two different teams, so this is not looking good at all for Leo either.
Well, it seems like Leo is going to have a hard enough time trying to go forward from here, considering they've already lost a couple of players, and another team is marching on to this festival by using their forks and knives, taking some heads from the side of Leo onto their dinner plates because NBeSports will be enjoying themselves another feast if they actually invade into this particular fight.
Okay. T2K though, do they see Doc of 4MV? Love, does he have that idea? I think he has, because of which he's just trying to use his third person camera to have some information about that corner area. Well, there's an airdrop in the sky which has a Groza in it. Now, Aqueduct is the position where this Groza will be located, but Stalwart, I believe, is no. I'm sorry. DRS is already in a battle over here. So, will DRS go for the drop? Will they first of all try to finish that fight? All these questions are to be answered.
Well, we'll soon find out if these questions get any response to them because this definitely looks like one fight that DRS is gonna have to, withdraw from because the positioning that NB Esports has seems slightly scary, and the point that 4MV is in a position to actually go ahead and third party this. DRS should definitely stay quiet for a second. But yeah, in the meanwhile, it does seem like we do have five teams who have acquired a frag for themselves without any loss for four, but T2K has still traded out a player in the beginning itself. I think they were the first blood to be drawn from the map, but Leo is the one with the worst situation in hands. I did not expect Livik to be so silent in the beginning, you know. I thought a lot more battle will happen this time, considering they've already played once and have an idea of each other.
Yeah, I mean earlier it used to be the case that where not how can I even say earlier? It's just one map that we've seen, but the previous map had quite quick fights early on. The mid stages were a little bit, I'd say, out of action, where the players were trying to reach it, where the players were not. And even in the mid pass, we had a player taking down one of these opponents sometime or the other. So that this definitely has been a very slow Livik map till now, for which it is definitely for which it is not known. So we'll still have to see how the other teams played out. NBeSports also just have come to a pause and probably are waiting for the zone to close in. So as soon as the zone starts closing in, the new zone forms. That's when the teams will be forced to get inside the circle and take those fights.
Well, we'll find out if these fights are going to reward into anything, because as of now, Mabetex Esports and Stalwart are still to make their way into the circle. Stalwart has an easy entry. Actually, even Mabetex does, but once they enter from Gronas, it's not going to be very easy, considering HVDC is a very volatile team, which is very violent in such situations and has to be, be wary of. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, however, has a very good position. Do you see? I mean, I'm very optimistic about this team right now.
Do we have predictions for this too?
I think
Do we have
no.
predictions for Livik? No. Hey, come on, we could have had a better chance at predicting at Livik than any other map. But it's okay though. 4MV, Doc is able to get another frag to his name, and that's the second one. Probably a Venom DE player. Yes, it was a Venom DE player who just got taken down out of the map. Meanwhile, Leo just looted the airdrop. That means he will find that Groza. Now that Groza. Okay, never mind. It's a different drop. It's on the northern part of the map. So there was another drop that came into the map before we saw the aqueduct one. But yes, NB Sports and Sky from Raw, they battle it out, and NB are the ones who will get another very first frag for them in the game.
Well, let's see if NB is going to be able to capitalize and roll with the momentum, because as of now, it seems like 4MV is trying to capitalize onto the numbers, and if they do good enough and if Stalwart does not make it through, they might be in a good position. But as of now, Leo, wait a second, with only 2 players, why do you get to be so aggressive? It seems like Seal is going to be falling down to 4MV.
Oh, Leo, they got a free knock onto one of these guys because they were trying to use the zip line.
Yep.
And he thought he was looking so cool and everything, but then gets shot in the face and then shot out of the map. And Leo, like, thank you guys. I mean, 2 of our players got eliminated, but for stuff like this. And I get it. I mean, Seal, they found something new on the map. They wanted to interact with it, but it just did not go their way. Meanwhile, Stalwart and NBeSports also had sort of a skirmish where the players have been traded out. The revivals probably are under the way and they will get revived. Meanwhile, East though, no revivals for East because Ryuk knocks and finishes them down instantly.
Well, let's see if HVDC is going to be able to make any standing in this particular fight, because the position on Doc is not good and he's taking damage. Okay, so Doc seemed to be the one player who could actually turn things around for 4MB in this particular situation, considering that he was going to be, slightly away from the team and could have gone for an off angle. But the fact that he's been spotted already and has taken damage makes it hard for 4MB to even go for a revival. They would have to survive with only 2 players if Doc does not sustain his life for long, and that does not look good. HVDC, however, making the best of their position, even though it's only 2 players in this particular position. The rest of the team is also close enough to be able to, take some damage onto Doc.
Okay, 4MV. Another team with just 3 players. You have a lot of teams with 3 players surviving. 3 different teams with 3 players. So that's not good at all for either of these. Whereas the next play zone is where these teams will wait it out for. T2K DRS, that fight has been going on for very long. And neither of these teams want to aggress. Neither of them want to leave power plant. And nor are they fighting. So cannot really expect much from that team. Meanwhile, Rogue misses all of his shots out of action, or probably never had a chance because at angle it looked like it was a hill glitch area. So you could see the player but not shoot at him. Meanwhile, Sanchir though finds an angle out of action and is able to get that knock onto the player of Stalwart Esports. So let's see. I mean, Stalwart would love to get that revival. I think Tops is going for it. But in the meanwhile, HVDC, they also want to push it and maybe see what's going up with the players of Team Stalwart.
Well, HVDC does make it look easy because considering their position, they're gonna be in a much better situation against 4MV. But being aware of the third parties is gonna be super useful here because Stalwart losing one player definitely will attract attention from IC, and we know how ice cold this guy has been today. Like, I wouldn't want to pick a fight against him at all whatsoever. And two players from Stalwart are trying to come in from behind and pick off Sanchir. And if he is taken down, it's not going to be very easy for HVDC to move forward, even though they have a great position inside the circle. However, if you talk about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have DE Venom coming right into their trap.
Meanwhile, Ryuk needs to first of all escape over here. Mabetex also falls prey to one of these HVDC players, but the counter knock is there from Stalwart. Nirzeth from far away is able to punish for the aggression that HVDC had. Nima though from SKYLIGHTZ gets one back onto the player of DE Venom. Also spots down though Mr. Boro spots the player of DE Venom. And this is the very first team of the entire game to be eliminated from this map of Livik.
Well, DE Venom just not being able to make it through. Don't have much in hands to actually change the whole position for themselves. But well, they do leave a lot of open area for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming to capture because Aqueduct will be acquired and soon be marched from for the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and they're not going to have much difficulty walking in unless No Fear initiates a fight. Now, the lad is great at his gun game, but fighting 1v3 against 4MV is going to be difficult.
Although they are also in a little bit of a troublesome situation because Jiggle has already been knocked down. He's on the ground. Seal Kirito from behind. Now this is a team from outside the city which is trying to fight it out against Team Seal, against Team T2K and Team DRS who have been over here for a very long period of time. Now the zone has forced majority of these players inside the zone. You'll have to either come in or be eliminated because of the damage that it will deal. Raw eliminated. Delta gets the final laugh. But now Delta and Rose, they both need to rotate. They both need to move in. And look at the new zone all the way north. Crabgrass is where the zone is. This is disheartening for most of these teams as they are still fighting it outside the play zone.
They sure are. 4MV should definitely, having faced a loss of one player, start moving inside the circle without taking a fight against SKYLIGHTZ Gaming unless the initiation comes from them. And Sanchir needs a revival as quickly as possible, which will be possible as well because the rest of the Stalwart team has been taken down as well. And now Sanchir will be able to make it back into the circle without much problem and also capitalize great area inside because HVDC right now seems to be more promising against Mabetex considering the kind of play the two teams have been showing. But look at Nima and No Fear. They are going to be taking 4MV down soon.
Oh, the zone moves in so quickly on Livik. I mean, the first few zones, it did not seem like the speed is very high. But now when I see it, look at that. It's so fast. It does not give you time to react. So even 4MV need to be very quick with their rotation and so do the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ. It's a 2v2 over here, Mr. Boro and Nima. And 4MV are going in together. Now Nima spotted down, but the zone will take down Beren and the zone will make sure Apex also is not able to survive. Neither Nima and Mr. Boro, well, he will be able to get in the zone for now. But then we'll have to start rotating again because it has gone again for the north.
Well, so it has. The zone keeps showing way too much favor towards HVDC as of now, and it seems like SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is gonna be falling prey soon enough as well. Nima is still in the process of rehealing himself, but being able to participate into the fight going forward is gonna be pretty difficult. It seems like HVDC has this one packed and sealed for themselves. However, Mabetex could be playing the game for the longer run. Let's see if Boro and Nima are gonna be able to come back in. But in this particular moment, it seems like SKYLIGHTZ is not even a team that HVDC is worried about.
Meanwhile, Mabetex, Leo is tossing a few nades out, and even if one of these connects, HVDC will be in trouble. The smoke wall has also been created for them to get inside the zone, but HVDC has so many different angles. Oh, Rogue falls though, but Aero is still able to get the entire squad of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming out of the game, so that means you'll have to only focus upon the fight in front of you. Rogue gets a counter knock out to Leo. HVDC Rogue falls though from Wally. The trades are happening. The nade bursts out and Sanchir is down on the ground. This could be the opening Mabetex were looking for. Wally tosses another one down. Wants to take that confirmation. Desert has been traded out by Aero. He is the only healthy player surviving over here because Ryuk, he does not have a first aid. One gets dropped by Sanchir so that he can reset up. But Mabetex, how do they push in? That's the biggest question.
Well, these two knocks definitely make it hard for both the teams. Both the teams survive on equal numbers, but now the circle will decide on whether or not Mabetex can even make it back in, because look at the way the circle is designed. It's completely in the favor of HVDC. Having the height advantage, they can even make sure that they're good at the fights. Making sure that they're able to dodge the nades is also not going to be very difficult. However, look at Jiro trying to sneakily climb back up.
He does.
Now things are difficult for HVDC.
Both the players have been able to climb back up, but the nade could really do it. It blasts off, but no damage. And the player falls. Volley 0 in a 1v2. Volley is very low. Does he get the time to reset, though, is the question. I think Hero won't be here in time. And if he is, the shots, the land damage. Hero 1 HP. But now the other player needs to reset back up. 0, they don't have enough time. The first hit won't pop in time. Volley pushes in. Hero behind the truck is able to pop the first hit. The shotgun around the corner does not do the job. The double peak. Both the players very low. Hero pinned down to a corner and will finally fall, I think, because of the play zone. And that's how the chicken is achieved by the players of Team Mabetex.
Mabetex definitely playing it for the longer run, acquired the victory for themselves, and now are looking like they're in a good enough position to topple some teams around. This team is on the overall 7th rank now, and that's good enough if you talk about league stage. But yeah, with 4 eliminations and 14 total points, they get themselves the glorious chicken that they've been waiting for.
This Mabetex Esports, although was a team, after week number 1 they were in top 5. They've dropped up quite a bit, but this final day again they played one of these games consistently. They had good number of frags, and this time around they're able to finish the final game with a chicken dinner. So a good job done by the players of Team Mabetex Esports. 14 points overall, not a very big number, but then again you're playing with just against 12 teams. So early fights is something Mabetex did not get, but this final fight against HVDC, simple enough.
Exactly, that's one fight and only fight that they really invested in,
Yeah.
and they got themselves the best opportunity into it. They were able to clear out the whole team. They lost a couple of players, but then once Jiro started climbing back up, it was pretty clear that HEDC was going to have a hard time trying to win this one off, because Aero was not very close to actually give support to Ryuk in that particular fight. But yeah, he did manage 5 frags and 937 damage. Beautifully done by Aero.
And again, this time around, we usually saw Sanchir, but Aero was the top fragging one. And today shows why. Today also he shows why. Good job done by HVDC overall. And they are able to get this second position, but good number of points from the game. So Aero with 5, Sanchir with 2. Jiro comes in with the 3 frags of his own. Volley with 1. Kirito with 3 from Seal. So even Seal, did they also have a good game over here? That's also surprising.
Well, Seal did have a good start, but they could not really carry it forward. So I don't think they got many placement points for themselves. But yeah, it's Aero summary. He has the most damage, he has the most eliminations, he even did the most healing overall. But the victory still went in the hands of Mabetex Esports with 3 frags. Wally sustains the position for highest. For 3 assists, Wally sustains the position for highest assists.
Yeah, well, when Aero can do major heavy lifting himself, he really does not need assists. So that's probably what Aero showed over here. And I think even though HVDC finished up second in terms of frags, they might be overall able to top up the chicken dinner team. That's what happens. 8 frags overall for HVDC, 14 points, and they are the ones up on top. Mabetex following them with 14 of their own. SKYLIGHTZ, another consistent game, man. 9 points, not bad at all.
Exactly, and I mean DRS also showed up to the occasion with 8 of their own and 4MV with 7. However, Stalwart Esports this time has given away 5 points in the total lead to 4MV, but it's not going to be enough to actually swap positions on the league overall. But yeah, a good game for actually, I would say, top 5 teams. The rest of them definitely do need more. Okay, let's consider NBeSports one of them. The rest of them still need a lot more.
Yeah, but at least the good thing, they all played the game. So even though Venom D got just 1 point, it's good. That's 1 point better than your opponent. So that's what they've been able to secure over here. But in terms of the bonus ranking, after the 2 week, it seems like Stalwart have that good lead. Even though 4MV got 20 points in the first week, this time around, they will be down on the 3rd spot and will only have 15 points to their name.
Exactly. They were not able to convert much, but they did find themselves in top six. Sixth is the position that they are finding themselves in right now after week two bonus game. And yeah, I mean, this does not look very good. Definitely does not.
ASL also
ASL
just
with
got
only 2
two.
points. Yeah.
So that's a little bit unfortunate for the other teams who were not able to play this game. Leo got 10. Venom DE got 12 though. That's a big number. That's a big change from the previous time. So that's a good thing as well. But now let's have a look at the overall ranking. This is the chart I was looking for. And Stalwart still on top. And the lead has also increased by 13 points.
That is true, but if you take a look at the eliminations, 4MV still is ahead of any other team on the boards. They have 3 extra points here as well, but the placement is something that they are struggling with right now. So, not gonna doubt their firepower, but to be very honest, I think this lead continues all the way from the first week. They haven't shown as much firepower in the second week except for Saturday. So it's just a lot of wiggle room that they created for themselves in eliminations, but placement points still need a lot of work on. And look at stronger FAKELOVE. Even after 4 chickens, you're at 16th position, but it's not working out.
If you eliminate ASL and JMEX, the only 3 teams who have not even got a single chicken dinner. So that will be a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully this could change in the upcoming week. But if we talk about the elimination leaders overall, it's still no fear on top. 73 frag. SKYLIGHTZ is also another team. They were on third with 313 points. So the lead is still there for Stalwart, but they've essentially closed out a lead in, I'd say, coverable distance in one day itself.
True.
So one good day for SKYLIGHTZ and we might see them completely on top. So we'll have to also look out for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. And no fear obviously doing a great job at being at the top in the overall standings in terms of elimination leader.
Yep, there's a 6-point difference between SKYLIGHTZ and 4MV Apex. But yeah, if you talk about the whole day, we did have the victories on Miramar by NBeSports, Erangel by SKYLIGHTZ, Miramar by Venom DE, Sandhawk by T2K, Erangel by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and Livik by Mabetex Esports. A completely unexpected team just showing up out of nowhere.
Well, that's true. Although it was a good day, it was a fun day. And SKYLIGHTZ again, great performance. The only consistent team I'd say that I saw right now was SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Other teams were sort of a hit or miss. IHC, the way they played the first game, I was a little bit hopeful. I thought they will be able to bounce back. That was not the case. But yes, guys, that was it for week number 2. I hope so you guys did enjoy it. Tomorrow we will be on a short little break, so there won't be any stream tomorrow. But from day after tomorrow, we will be back with regular action. Week number 3 resumes, and we hope to get your support in that particular week as well. But that was it for today, guys. See you tomorrow. See you day after tomorrow. Till then, take care. Bye bye and sayonara.